agricultural farms that has been established. One of the company alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we is saying we're working on close to 1,000 farmers. And that is the strategy that we
maybe it's do now. Speak to that guy.
System of demand driven. We have industries that build all the producers in the state. And they drive the system by themselves. We need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. What that means is that our systems, in terms of agriculture, will look at
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after 2 major agricultural summits and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness. We extracted the position that Oyo State was on agriculture at that particular point in time. We also examined the gaps that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment that led us to what we have today as Oyo State agribusiness development strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding the approach we are adopting on agriculture.
The audio IP.
I don't think
Guided by
Please note they will be starting
Let me.
in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So if you're yet to locate your seats, kindly do that. 15 to 20 minutes time, we'll be starting officially.
From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
But the announcement, yes, there's just that 2-3 seconds delay. YouTube.
but it still sounds like it's not supposed to.
From a sleepy agrarian community into a thriving agribusiness. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
For the audio?
Sutri International turned cassava into a global standard.
Not USB 2 there.
Have you selected it?
Yes, sir.
So now, listen to me. So when they are playing video,
USB 2.
select
USB 2.
no Black Magic.
Black Magic. When they are playing video.
Do you understand? So listen to it again, whether it's clear.
It's bringing what I'm saying. I can hear what I'm saying here. Can I? The question he was asking me and I was responding, I was hearing myself. Victor, take.
Nigeria's first brown sugar factory is restoring the nation's sugar independence. Here, cane is milled, crushed, clarified, slurred, and dried to produce premium brown sugar from station.
Victor, let me have it.
But 3 years ago, that was supposed to give us money, right? And that was the time
Seems like there's something here that is speaking our voice.
It's supposed to be this like
and our future plan is to increase the capacity from the present 3 to 1,000 metric tons of sugar. If not somebody wants investment, if not somebody wants the state to progress, if not somebody wants employment for the people, you will not bother yourself. So you can see why you want the state to come here without knowing me, without being a big man, to come and meet me, a poor man. So development is not me alone.
From greenhouse cultivation to modern processing lines, ground-used tomatoes fit that fresh tomato can be grown, harvested, processed, and packaged without waste. Its controlled environment greenhouse ensure year-round production, a game changer for Nigeria's tomato market. In Fashola, Pepperetti transforms fresh chili and bell peppers from surrounding farms into premium pepper puree, chili paste, and ready-to-cook sauces. Using hygienic processing lines and airtight packaging, the company delivers consistent quality, longer shelf life, and reduced post-harvest losses, helping farmers secure stable market and positioning Oyo State as a hub for high-value pepper product. Oyo State is also becoming a cashew processing destination. Nuts-Link Limited Factory and Grandeur Agribusiness buy directly from farmers, sort, steam, crack, dry, and package export-grade cashew kernels. The value stays within the state, creating jobs, empowering farmers, and strengthening rural economies.
On the audio,
Milking Ban represents a new era of dairy farming, from feed production to maize cultivation to herd management to chilling stations. The system is fully integrated.
What we have here is not very common. So what we've done here is to provide this farm where we can house these animals, grow the food that they eat here, feed them. Those spawn silages were planted here, harvested here, and stored here for these animals. They are not just grazing openly everywhere. So we use the food, feed them here, we inseminate them here on the farm with artificial insemination. And the results are all evident. Now we have brought a 12,000 milk collection center. We are bringing a 2x16 milking parlor. So that means every day 15,000 liters of milk will live here.
Fresh milk is collected daily and supplied to Friesland Campina Wamco, proving that Nigeria can produce quality milk competitively. To power modern agriculture, Niji Group manufactures equipment locally. Tractors, harvesters, cassava peelers, and food processing machines.
Coming to Oyo State,
from that system, right?
I don't think I regret it. I think it's a good place to be. When you think of the business environment, government policies, and all those things is very, very attractive to a kind of investors.
Innovation that used to be imported is now made in Oyo State.
Our equipment are foolproof. We design, we fabricate, and we sell to people. You can use some of our equipment for another 10, 20 years. You can only compare our equipment with the European standards.
Through the support of AATF, improved cassava varieties and technologies have reached thousands of farmers, raising yields and repositioning cassava as a true industrial crop.
This is evidence for all to see. To be honest, this is like bringing support to the life of the rural farmers, even investors that want to come to. facilities, infrastructure that is needed to kickstart this already there. So our production process is unique because the machine is zero waste. We don't have any waste all through the processing cycle. As we all know, cassava is highly perishable crop because when you harvest, if you don't process within 3 days, then it starts to deteriorate. But one of the key benefits of this machine is because we are able to store the chips for a period of 6 months, even before we process into the final product, which is the HQ self. So it helps to curb post-harvest loss.
FarmFix is strengthening the rice value chain in Oyo State by aggregating part from organized rice process and processing it into clean, stone-free premium rice. The company supports hundreds of farmers creating steady jobs in aggregation, milling, packaging, and logistics.
There's sound.
While boosting rural livelihoods and local food security.
So we choose Oyo State because it's a strategic location, growing agribusiness ecosystem with access to key agribusiness value chain to drive modern and technology-based farming for the benefit of our farmers, our employees, and the downstream customers. In the past 6 years, the current government has been able to put in
I'm testing something. I'm testing something. I want to reduce something. I want to reduce this thing. Let me see. Let me tell you. No, it's not taking my own. My mic is off.
No, mic is off.
It's off.
It's off now.
Yeah.
Farmers supply their feed mills. Feed sustains layers, broilers, and pure line breeders. Egg moves to hatcheries, producing millions of day-old chicks sold across Nigeria and exported regionally. Their nut noodle line processes chicken, beef, fish, and shrimp, all produced and packaged within Oyo State.
Our governor, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, is a promise keeper. He visited us, saw the deplorable conditions of our roads and the impact it was having on vehicles, cost of maintenance, inconvenience of the staff and all of that. And he promised there and then that he was going to fix that road. Quite honestly, I was a bit skeptical, but he did it. Without much fuss, that road was fixed. He keeps promises.
With over 2,700 employees and counting, Amo Farms is one of the state's strongest agribusiness anchors. These are not isolated achievements. They are outcomes of a clear strategy, one that aligns policy, infrastructure, research, and private investment. Oyo State is moving towards $1 billion agribusiness economy, a model for how government and the private sector can build prosperity together.
The whole world has seen it. Countries from outside Nigeria has come to visit the place. The country has been there. And private sector that are there will bear a testimony to us as a state that in Oyo State, we honor our words. Between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the companies alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have at Isei will be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state, and they drive the system by themselves. We need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems in terms of agriculture will be well developed.
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after two major agricultural summits and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness. We x-rayed the position that Oyo State was on agriculture at that particular point in time. We also examined the gaps, that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment. And that led us to what we have today as Oyo State Agribusiness Development Strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding the approach we are adopting on agriculture and agribusiness in the state today.
Guided by political will and coordinated through OYSADA, Oyo State is building one of the strongest agribusiness ecosystem in Nigeria today. From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
Our administration did not stumble onto the decision of re-engineering agribusiness development in Oyo State and transforming the state from a sleepy agrarian community into a thriving agribusiness hub. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
In Ado-Awaye, Sotri International turned cassava into a global standard industrial product, sorbitol, the first of its kind in Africa. Today, a vast network of cassava producing communities consistently supplies the factory.
The farmers are in the center stage of our business, and the whole motive is to transform them into commercial farmers. So as the company is growing, the farmers are supposed to transform from being small to medium and then being large.
Every truck of roots is washed, chipped, liquefied, filtered, and transformed into high-grade sorbitol used for food, beverage, and pharmaceutical companies. This is a value addition at an industrial scale, powered by rural farmers and supported by an enabling environment.
A lot of challenges, from road to water to electricity, because it was forest. We had to bring power all over from Isei to Ado-Awaye to provide power. We started with generator, but then we surmounted them.
I brought the Commissioner for Local Government here, asked him to join us. He complained about the road from the main Ado-Awaye road to the factory. Himself and the chairman of Isei Local Government, they will bring a request, an authority to incur expenditure for that road to be constructed. And I promise you, you must see a contractor mobilized to that road within the next 2 weeks.
The governor promised he was going to fix us the road, and he did. The farmers now can take their produce, not just cassava, they can easily move their produce to the town. These have really improved the livelihood of the people around here.
In Isei, Nigeria's first brown sugar factory is restoring the nation's sugar independence. Here, cane is milled, crushed, clarified, crystallized, and dried to produce premium brown sugar used nationwide. A facility of this size requires good roads.
I'm glad to announce the arrival of the Deputy Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Barrister Ibrahim Adebayo Lawal. We welcome Your Excellency. The arrival of the Deputy Governor tells you that any moment from now we will receive an audience, the Executive Governor of Oyo State. So please ensure you locate your seats and be ready, because any moment from now today's event will kick off in earnest. Once again, you're welcome, Your Excellency. Once again, a very good morning to us all, and we thank you for coming to this Agribusiness Summit, the 2025 edition, here in Oyo State, Nigeria. For those who are just visiting, we're currently on the IITA CGIAR campus, right here in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria. As I announced earlier, we already have the number 2 citizen here in Oyo State, the Deputy Governor, His Excellency Barrister Ibrahim Adebayo Lawal. And that tells you that any moment from now we'll receive in audience the Governor himself and, of course, some members of his entourage. And that will signify the start of today's event. However, right now, right behind me on the screen behind, you can see a barcode. Please scan that barcode and it will give you the program of events for today. The total schedule, what we will be doing today and tomorrow, that barcode will give you access to it. So take a picture, snap it, and of course, ensure internet is enabled. It will give you, you can easily download the bouquet. I mean, I'm pretty sure everything, right? It gives them access today and tomorrow, right? Okay. So please, download the barcode, and you have access to the electronic copy of the program of events for today. Once again, you're welcome. Let's do a quick housekeeping. For those who might like to use the convenience, for the gents to my right, the blue door right behind those lights gives you access to the gents, so you can easily use the toilet. Oh, this is for the ladies. Sincere apologies. For the ladies, the blue door, and that's to my right, which will be to your left. And for the gents, there's a green door to that side, so please make use of it. And also, please note that there'll be, if you need to take coffee, time for tea break, VVIPs, especially those sitting on the white cushion chairs, will use this room to my left, while every other person, tables have been prepared right outside to my left. Nice tables for your tea and coffee break right outside. The VVIP seated on the white cushion chairs will use the room to my left here. It has been prepared strictly for you. Thank you very much. So, like I said earlier, any moment from now, today's event will take off. So please ensure you locate your seats. If it's tagged, please do not sit on a tagged seat, except it's your name or office that is written there. And so for those just entering, please, the barcode gives you access to the program of events. So please download it, click and download the electronic copy of the program of events for day 1 and 2, that's today and tomorrow. Once again, you're welcome. My name is Oladayo Ogunbowale. I'm privileged to work with the Governor of Oyo State as his essay on communications and also double as his official compare. I will not be doing today's job alone. Any moment from now, we're expecting Shewa Akinola and a number of other co-compares here today. But of course, you see my face a lot, so get ready, okay? And promises to be educating, it promises to be entertaining. And of course, we look forward to getting your money. Shewa Akinola, come forward, please. I just mentioned his name. So you'll be seeing him as well, and we'll be doing it together. You want to greet people too?
Hi, good morning everyone, and many thanks to you for being here. I promise that we're going to have a great time by the time His Excellency is here, and the event will kick off any moment from now. It's an Agribusiness Summit, and you are most welcome to this event. We have opportunities across agribusiness sector, and the purpose of this summit is to gear us together to have a great time. So I welcome you very warmly. My name is Oluwaseun Umakiola, and thank you for being here. It's good to have you come here. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello.
All right. Please, can I have your attention, please? Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have this announcement. Please, if you are a member of the fourth estate of the realm, media, if you are a security officer, and also if you are one of the protocols of our dignitaries, please stand up from the seat where you are. The seats are actually meant for the delegates and the invited guests. So if you are a security officer, my colleagues in the media, or journalists who are covering this event, or you are a protocol officer, please make the seats available for the delegates. Only those with the tag of delegates are allowed to be on the seats in the hall. So please, thank you for obliging us. We appreciate you. The event will be starting any moment from now. And please make yourself welcome. Good morning again.
between 2019. Between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the company alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have at Eseyi will be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state, and they drive the system by themselves. They will need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems in terms of agriculture will be well developed.
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after two major agricultural summits and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness. We extrayed the position that Oyo State was on agriculture at that particular point in time. We also examined the gaps, that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment. And that led us to what we have today as Oyo State Agribusiness Development Strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding adopting on agriculture and agribusiness in the state today.
Guided by political will and coordinated through OYSADA, Oyo State is building one of the strongest agribusiness ecosystem in Nigeria today. From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
Our administration did not stumble onto the decision of re-engineering agribusiness development in Oyo State and transforming the state from a sleepy agrarian community into a thriving agribusiness hub. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
In Ado-Awaye, Sotri International turned cassava into a global standard industrial product, Sorbitol, the first of its kind in Africa. Today, a vast network of cassava producing communities consistently supplies the factory.
The farmers are in the center stage of our business, and the whole motive is to transform them into commercial farmers. So as the company is growing, the farmers are supposed to transform from being small to medium and then being large.
Every truck of roots is washed, chipped, liquefied, filtered, and transformed into high-grade sorbitol used for food, beverage, and pharmaceutical companies. This is a value addition at an industrial scale, powered by rural farmers and supported by an enabling environment.
A lot of challenges, from road to water to electricity, because it was forest. We had to bring power all over from Eseyi to Ado-Awaye to provide power. We started with generator, but then we surmounted them.
I brought the Commissioner for Local Government here, asked him to join us. He complained about the road from the main Ado-Awaye road to the factory. Himself and the chairman of Eseyi Local Government, they will bring a request, an authority to incur expenditure for that road to be constructed. And I promise you, you must see a contractor mobilized to that road within the next 2 weeks.
The governor promised he was going to fix us the road, and he did. The farmers now can take their produce, not just cassava, they can easily move their produce to the town. These have really improved the livelihood of the people around it.
In Isai, Nigeria's first brown sugar factory is restoring the nation's sugar independence. Here, cane is milled, crushed, clarified, crystallized, and dried to produce premium brown sugar used nationwide. A facility of this size requires good roads, security, and access to raw materials, all strengthened through state government support.
I'm also one of the examples of Governor Makinde's attitude to investment. About 3 years ago, Sugar Council that was supposed to give us money to buy the remaining equipment refused to give us money to complete this place. I think that was the time the Excellency now got information about this place. So when he came here, I explained my plight to him. Makinde said no, Aba must complete his factory. And that's how the government came in. We are going to be producing about between 24 and 27 tons of brown sugar every day, then 18 metric tons of molasses. And our future plan is to increase the capacity from the present 350 to 1,000 metric tons of sugar intake per day, which means we will be using about 350,000 tons of sugarcane every year. If not somebody who lost investment, if not somebody who wants the state to progress, if not somebody who wants employment for his people in the state, he will not bother himself. So you can see my own state governor to come here without knowing me, without me being a big man, to come and meet me, a poor man. See development, it's not me alone.
From greenhouse cultivation to modern processing lines, brown hill tomato is proving that fresh tomato can be grown, harvested, processed, and packaged without waste. Its controlled environment greenhouse ensure year-round production, a game changer for Nigeria's tomato market. In Fashola, Pepperetti transforms fresh chili and bell peppers from surrounding farms into premium pepper puree, chili paste, and ready-to-cook sauces. Using hygienic processing lines and airtight packaging, the company delivers consistent quality, longer shelf life, harvest losses, helping farmers secure stable markets and positioning Oyo State as a hub for high-value pepper product. Oyo State is also becoming a Nuts-Link Limited Factory and Grandier Agribusiness. Buy directly from farmers, sort, steam, crack, dry, and package export-grade cashew kernels. The value stays within the state, creating jobs, empowering farmers, and strengthening rural economies. Milking Ban represents a new era of dairy farming, from feed production to maize cultivation to herd management to chilling stations. The system is fully integrated.
What we have here is not very common. So what we've done here is to provide this farm where we can house these animals, grow the food that they eat here, feed them. Those corn silages were planted here, harvested here, and stored here for these animals. They are not just grazing openly everywhere. So we use the food, we feed them here, we inseminate them here on the farm with artificial insemination, and the results are all evident. Now we have brought a 12,000 milk collection center. We are bringing a 2x16 milking parlor. So that means every day, 15,000 liters of milk will live here.
Fresh milk is collected daily and supplied to Friesland Campina Wamco, proving that Nigeria can produce quality milk competitively. To power modern agriculture, Niji Group manufactures equipment locally. Tractors, harvesters, cassava peelers, and food processing machines.
Coming to Oyo State, I don't think I regret it. I think it's a good place to be. When you think of the business environment, government policies, and all those things is very, very attractive to a kind of investors.
Innovation that used to be imported is now made in Oyo State.
Our equipment are foolproof. We design, we fabricate, and we sell to people. You can use some of our equipment for another 10, 20 years. You can only compare our equipment with the European standards.
Through the support of AATF, improved cassava varieties and technologies have reached thousands of farmers, raising yields and repositioning cassava as a true industrial crop.
This is evidence for all to see. To be honest, this is like
between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the company alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have at Eseyi will be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state, and they drive the system by themselves. They will need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems in terms of agriculture will be well developed.
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after two major agricultural summits and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness. We extrayed the position that Oyo State was on agriculture at that particular point in time. We also examined the gaps, that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment. That led us to what we have today as Oyo State Agribusiness Development Strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding the approach we are adopting on agriculture and agribusiness in the state today.
Guided by political will and coordinated through OYSADA, Oyo State is building one of the strongest agribusiness ecosystem in Nigeria today. From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
Our administration decision of re-engineering agribusiness development in Oyo State and transforming the state from a sleepy agrarian community into a thriving agribusiness hub. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
In Ado-Awaye,
hello.
International turned cassava into a global standard industrial product, Sorbitol, the first of its kind.
Once again, a very good morning to us all. Any moment from now, we're expecting in audience the Executive Governor of Oyo State. And so please, I'd like to enjoin us to please be on our seats. Locate your seats and ensure you are on your seats, please. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, agripreneurs, delegates here present, it gives me great pleasure to welcome us all, especially to the Oyo State International Agribusiness Summit 2025. We gather under a single urgent purpose, and that's to translate the abundance of our land, the ingenuity of our people, and the momentum of recent reforms into sustained industrial growth that create jobs, raises incomes, and secure food systems across our region. This summit is not merely a conference of ideas. It is a working forum where policy, private capital, and of course, farmer know-how will be joined to accelerate the transformation of agriculture from a primary livelihood into a full-fledged industrialized sector. And so here today, we're going to participate in conversations to drive the agribusiness ecosystem in our dear state, Oyo State, Nigeria. I dare say, if and when we get this right, Oyo State has what it takes, not just to feed ourselves, but to feed Southwest Nigeria, and I make bold to say, where possible, feed Nigeria as a whole. And so on behalf of the Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde, FNSCD, SCG, SSRS, it's my pleasure to welcome us all to this special Agribusiness Summit 2025. If you've been attending Agribusiness Summits in the past years, I want to assure you, this year's summit is not just another summit. As a matter of fact, it might just be the icing on the cake. So for every investor here today, you are in the right place. For our diplomats, thank you for joining us, especially our development partners. Thank you for holding our hands and ensuring that we work together to ensure that we have a food secure Oyo State. For the businessmen, you've done the right thing. This is the place to be. Right now, Oyo State is presented to the whole world. Everybody is watching. Will it end with Fashola? Oh, we have moved to Ijayi, and even beyond that location. And so at this summit, today and tomorrow, 3rd and 4th December 2025, conversations will be held in this room and outside. Visits to locations will be done. Of course, there's an exhibition center right outside of this room. However, much more importantly, the baby project of this government when it comes to agribusiness, Fashola, we will be visiting the place, and you will not be going alone. I can assure you, His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, will be leading that tour and ensuring that everyone here is kept abreast of the development in that particular location. However, I can assure you, and I make bold to say, that Oyo State is ready for business. Of course, people are asking, are we only coming here to farm? Oh, beyond that. Those in agri-technology, you're welcome. Processing, you're welcome. All along the value chain of agriculture, you are most welcome. And so any moment from now, as the governor steps in through those doors, I'm going to plead with us that we rise to receive him. Please do that. And of course, the moment it gets to his seat, we'll take the national anthem, and today's event will kick off in earnest. A quick rundown of what we will be having right here within this room today. Let me quickly say, if you are yet to register, please step out to the tent right in front of this hall and ensure you are duly registered. The moment we're done with the recognitions and the governor takes his seat, we'll take opening remarks, and that will be delivered by no other person other than Dr. Adebowale Akonde, the Director General of OYSADA, and of course, is in charge of international cooperation for Oyo State. Right after the opening remarks, we take goodwill messages, a couple or more goodwill messages from some of our guests who are here seated already. And right after the goodwill messages, we'll listen to the keynote address. Of course, no other person to deliver the keynote address other than the chief host, Vice Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum, and Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde himself. Will be doing the honors. And right after the keynote address, there will be an unveiling of the Grown in Oyo State trademark. Of course, His Excellency will also do the honors, of course, alongside some of our diplomats and distinguished guests who are here already. Like I said earlier, it promises to be a very, very eventful day, entertaining, educating, and of course, worth your money. Right after the unveiling, we'll have a panel discussion, the very first panel discussion in a series. And this will focus on integration of Oyo State in the global agribusiness trade framework, challenges and opportunities. For those who do not have access to the program of events yet, right behind me, you can see the barcode. Please scan it and download to give you access to the program of events for today and tomorrow. So everything I'm reading, you can have access. You can access it on your phones, wherever you are. And of course, even when you leave this place, it goes with you. So on that panel discussion, the very first one, we'll have Mr. Roland Oletu Oro. He's the project director, EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform. And of course, we have from the U.S. Consulate General, Lagos, Mr. Chris Beleki is the Foreign Service Officer at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Foreign Agricultural Service, FAS, at the U.S. Consulate General, Lagos. And of course, he has regional coverage up to Benin Republic and Cameroon. You're most welcome. So right after that session, it will not just be a talk shop. We'll have question and answers where the panelists will get to respond to questions posed at them within the time frame. And right after the question and answer, we'll go for a brief tea break or coffee break, if that's what you like. Let me quickly say this and add this information. To my left, there's a dot to my left. That's where the dignitaries on white cushion chair, VVIPs, that's where you will be having your tea or coffee break. And every other person in the hall, right outside, locations have already been prepared with your tea, coffee, whatever you like. And of course, if you like sugar, honey, I'm aware it has been well prepared for you. So you can get to have your tea or coffee break right outside. The coffee break will last for about 15 minutes. Please take note of that time so that we do not have issues getting people back into the hall. So 15 minutes, the moment we go on tea break, depending on where we decide to go on it or where we are able to go on the tea or coffee break. But 15 minutes, let's take our coffee and then return back to our seats. Because right after the break, we'll get to go on a tour. I mentioned this earlier. His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde himself and all our special guests will be taking on a tour of all the exhibition spaces here. You get to see what people have been doing, especially our entrepreneurs, agripreneurs in Oyo State, what they've been doing, world-class products, agri-products, well-packaged, that you might even, I suggest you buy some and take them with you, okay? And then begin to order after now. We're ready for business. So bring your money, come spend it here. I can assure you payment platforms are available. One of the supporters, partners for this event is the First Bank of Nigeria, so I can assure you payments should not be an issue. It will not be an issue here today. So any moment from now, we'll be good to go. And right after that, we'll have lunch. From information getting to me, the The governor is already on campus. He's reaching out to the DGITA and other guests at the I House, which means any moment from now, he will walk into this room. So he's already on campus, on the IITA campus. So right after lunch, we'll have another presentation, a presentation actually, the very first presentation, which will be delivered by Professor Banji Oyeyinka. He's a development economist, visiting professor, Open University, Milton Keynes, UK, and he's also a former senior special advisor to the president of the Africa Development Bank. He worked with Dr. Akinwumi Adeshina. Nice to have you, Prof. And so we'll be listening to the presentation to be delivered by Professor Banji Oyeyinka. And then we'll go straight to the second panel discussion, which will focus on industrialization of agriculture for a nation's economic development and food security, import substitution, or export-oriented. And of course, Professor Banji Oyeyinka will also be there as well. And we also have Dr. Adebowale Adeyeye, the MD Group CEO, Creative Matado Group, and of course, Professor Eniola Fabu Soro, the country director, IDH, in Nigeria. Right after that panel discussion, we'll take question and answers. A series of questions, a couple of questions will be taken here, and of course, responded to by members of the panel. And right after that, we'll take the second presentation. This presentation will be delivered by Dr. Tunde Amole. He's a country director, International Livestock Research Institute. And we go straight to the panel discussion 3 on the role of the livestock sector in driving economic transformation. This panel discussion will feature Dr. Tunde Amole, country director, International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI. Mr. John Adekunle is the country director, Urus Groups, and of course, Ms. Talash Huibas, founder and CEO, InsectiPro. Of course, like we do after every panel discussion, there will also be question and answer after this particular panel discussion. Of course, we'll take a few announcements and we're done for today. And so that is a quick run through of what we will be doing here today. Of course, tomorrow is also loaded. We'll have a number of side events for tomorrow. And let me quickly say this again. If you do not have access to the program of events for today and tomorrow yet, please scan the barcode right on the wall behind me. Scan the barcode and you have access to download the program of events for today and tomorrow. Just before we receive the governor, we already have eminent personalities here with us in the room. I'd like to do spot recognition for some of our guests who are here. I mentioned earlier that we already have the Deputy Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Barrister Abdurrahim Adebayo Lawal, here with us already. And of course, right now, for those looking forward, you see, having a chat with him is the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Olanike Adeyemo. She's also here with us. The Chief of Staff is here, Honorable Shegun Ogunwi, and seated very close to him is the Deputy Chief of Staff, Honorable Kazim Adeniyi Bibire. Right in front on the white chair is a regular face, a well-known face. Some years back, he was in charge of this campus. The immediate past DG, IITA, CGIAR, Dr. Teranya Saginga. You're most welcome. I think he deserves a round of applause, please. He laid the foundation for about all what we are doing here. It was in his time that we started this, Agribusiness Summit and all that. Nice to have you around, Prof. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Dr. Teranya Saginga is the immediate past Director General, IITA, CGIAR. And of course, we have diplomats from across the world here with us. The Consul General, Trade Council of Denmark to Nigeria, Jeti Berom, you're most welcome. I got that guy. All right. And of course, from the U.S. Consulate General, Lagos, Dr. Christopher Bieleki, you're most welcome. We appreciate you. I mentioned him earlier, and he will also be having a presentation, and of course, he will also be on a panel discussion here today. I'm talking of Professor Banji Oyeyinka. You're most welcome, sir. We'll be listening and, of course, learning from him later today. I mentioned earlier that one of our partners, major partners, and I make bold to say financial partner for this event as the First Bank of Nigeria. So we have the MD CEO, Mr. Segun Alebiosu. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. We really appreciate you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we have some royal fathers here with us. And so I'm a son of the soil. So when you see elders, you see kings, you recognize them appropriately. I want to especially recognize a member of the Olubadan Council, His Royal Majesty Oba Kola Adegbola. Kábíyèsí o, ẹ káàbọ̀ sà o, a kí yín dáadáa o. And His Royal Majesty Kábíyèsí Onpetu of Ijeru land. Kábíyèsí mo kí yín dáadáa o. All the way from Ijeru land. We appreciate you, sir. As other royalties arrive, we will appreciate them. The Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture in Oyo State is here with us. Barrister Olasunkanmi Olaleye, we appreciate you. Seated very close to him is the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Prince Dotun Oyelade. We appreciate you. Also seated, these are commissioners seated together. Honorable Commissioner for Lands, Honorable Williams Akinfunmilayo, we appreciate you. Seated behind him, Honorable Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Matters, Chief Ademola Ojo. We call him Ijaya. You're most welcome. Seated very close to him is the Honorable Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Professor Musibao Babatunde. We appreciate you, sir. Of course, somebody is saying, Prof. We have many professors in the cabinet, and I'm not done yet. Yes, I'm not done. Professor Solu Abdulwahid Adelabu is also here, so we have them plenty. He's the Honorable Commissioner for Establishment and Training. And seated very close to him, when it comes to health matters in Oyo State, Honorable Commissioner for Health, Dr. Oluwaserimi Ajetumobi. You're most welcome, ma'am. We appreciate you. And seated behind the Honorable Commissioners, we have heads of government agencies, Director Generals, Chairmen of agencies, corporations in Oyo State. We want to especially appreciate them. They are here not just because of Oyo State, They are here to also, support their colleague, who is a member of their WhatsApp group, Dr. Debo Akode. He belongs to that group too. Chairman, DGs of corporations and agencies. We appreciate you all. Thank you so much for coming. We want to especially recognize all our development partners who are here, AFDB, ILRI, of course, how can I forget, IITA, our major partner. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Any moment from now, like I said, we'll receive His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State. But just before that, should you not have the program yet, please download, just focus on the barcode behind me. Click it and download the program for today and tomorrow. I'm going to ask that we pay attention to the screen. We're going to have a short video. Can I have multimedia support, please? For those who are just joining us, there's a short video that we had on. So please pay attention to the screen. We'll watch that short video as we await the arrival of His Excellency into the room. Once again, you are welcome. We appreciate it.
Between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the company alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have at Eseyi will be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state, and they drive the system by themselves. We need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems, in terms of agriculture, will be well developed.
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after two major agricultural summits and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness. We x-rayed the position that Oyo State was on agriculture at that particular point in time. We also examined the gaps, that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment. That led us to what we have today as Oyo State Agribusiness Development Strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding the approach we are adopting on agriculture and agribusiness in the state today.
Guided by political will and coordinated through OYSADA, Oyo State is building one of the strongest agribusiness ecosystem in Nigeria today. From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
Our administration did not stumble onto the decision of re-engineering agribusiness development in Oyo State and transforming the state from a sleepy agrarian community into a thriving agribusiness hub. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
In Ado-Awaye, Sotri International turned cassava into a global standard industrial product, sorbitol, the first of its kind in Africa. Today, a vast network of cassava producing communities consistently supplies the factory.
The farmers are in the center stage of our business, and the whole motive is to transform them into commercial farmers. So as the company is growing, the farmers are supposed to transform from being small to medium and then being large.
Every truck of roots is washed, chipped, liquefied, filtered, and transformed into high-grade sorbitol used for food, beverage, and pharmaceutical companies. This is a value addition at an industrial scale, powered by rural farmers and supported by an enabling environment.
A lot of challenges, from road to water to electricity, because it was forest. We had to bring power all over from Seyi to Ado-Awaye to provide power. We started with generator, but then we surmounted them.
I brought the Commissioner for Local Government here, asked him to join us. He complained about the road from the main Ado-Awaye road to the factory. Himself and the chairman of the Seyi local government, they will bring a request, an authority to incur expenditure for that road to be constructed.
Shall we rise to make welcome the Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde, as he makes his way to his seat. The national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ in brotherhood, Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Your state anthem.
Aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá. Ipò aṣíwájú l'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè fún wa nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe gírí. aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá. Aṣíwájú ni wá.
Please take your seats. And so on behalf of the Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde, and the good people of the DRP Sector State, I welcome you all to the Oyo State Agribusiness Summit 2025 with the theme, Expanding Oyo State's Economy through Agricultural Industrialization, starting today, Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. As is custom at such events, it's important that we give honor to whom honor is due. And once again, I would like to crave your indulgence to please, with a round of applause, appreciate the visionary of this agribusiness drive. It's the Vice Chairman, Nigerian Governor's Firm. I call him the eighth wonder of not just Oyo State now, but Nigeria at large. Please appreciate with me, my boss, Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde. I think he deserves a better round of applause. I think you can do better, please. Thank you. Thank you. Seated very close to him is the immediate past Director General, IITA CGIAR. All this started in his time. Please appreciate with me Dr. Teraya Saginga. I want to use him to recognize Deputy DGs who may be here, and of course the Director General of the IITA CGIAR, who is unavoidably absent in this room, but on this campus, Dr. Simeon He. We appreciate you all. I thank you for hosting us on your beautiful campus. We have the Deputy Governor of Oyo State. Please appreciate His Excellency Barrister Abdurrahim Adebayo Lawal. Your Excellencies, we have diplomats from across the world who are joining us at today's event. The Consul General, Trade Council of Denmark to Nigeria, Ms. Jite Biram, you're most welcome. I got it again, right? Thank you very much. Okay. We also have from the U.S. Consulate General Lagos, Dr. Christopher Bieleki, you're most welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Professor Banji Oyelara Oyeyinka, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. A former special advisor to the president of the Africa Development Bank. Thank you so much for making it here today. I want to especially recognize members of the Oyo State Executive Cabinet, Secretary to the State Government, Professor Olanike Adeyemo. We appreciate you. We appreciate you, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming. The Chief of Staff, Honorable Shegun Ogunwuyi. Thank you so much for coming. The Deputy Chief of Staff, Honorable Kazim Adeniyi. We appreciate you. The co-chair of the State Elders Council, former Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Elder Wole Oyilese. We appreciate you, sir. Members of the Elders Council who may be here, who are present. Your Excellency, let me quickly appreciate Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Barrister Olasun Komiolale, and all Honorable Commissioners here present. We are here today because a man has done his job well, as directed by the Governor. Please appreciate the Executive Advisor, Agribusiness and International Cooperation here in Oyo State, Dr. Adebowale Akonde. A round of applause for him, please. I know IITA people are looking at me with one eye. We share him, and we are glad to share him. All right. Your Excellency, I want to use Dr. Adebo Akonde to recognize all DGs, chairmen of agencies and corporations here in Oyo State here present. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Our royal fathers, we have a member of the Olubadan Council, His Royal Majesty, Obakola Adegbola Kabiyesi. We appreciate you, sir. We also have His Royal Majesty, Kabiyesi Onpetu of Ijeruland. We appreciate you, sir. Kabiyesi, you are most welcome, sir. I want to use the two of them to recognize all royalties here present, all permanent secretaries here present, our service commanders. We appreciate you. Your Excellency, please permit me to specially recognize one of the partners for today's event, MDCO First Bank Nigeria, Mr. Shegun Alebiosu. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. I want to use him to recognize other bank MDs that are here. They accosted me just a while ago. We appreciate you all. Thank you for your support. We appreciate you all. Thank you so, so much. You be here at all. We appreciate you. All invited stakeholders in the agribusiness industry, thank you so much for coming. When it comes to business in Oyo State, we have Ibabaloja Alhaji Waike Abbas, I don't know where he's seated. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. And all the Olojas, thank you. All delegates, distinguished guests, eminent personalities, gentlemen and ladies of the 4th Estate of Rem, we appreciate you. Without further ado, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, development partners, agropreneurs, good morning. Here today, we're gathered not just to talk. As we enter the work of this summit, my appeal is simple and firm. Let us convert plants into factories, crops into commodities with brand value. To our investors, Oyo State has the land, logistic links, and a committed government ready to partner to make long-term investments work. To our farmers and our youth, seize the opportunities in processing, packaging, and of course, agri-technology. The state will continue to provide enabling infrastructure and technical support. To our development partners, we need your technical know-how and of course, catalytic finance, of course, to our banks and financial partners, to scale the special agro-industrial processing zones, and of course, to link smallholders into various industrialized value chains. And so once again, on behalf of the governor and the good people of Oyo State, it's my pleasure to welcome us all one more time to the Oyo State Agribusiness Summit 2025. I think you deserve a round of applause, please. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we'll go straight to the next on the agenda, and that's a welcome address to be delivered by DG OYSADA. Please make welcome, with a round of applause, Dr. Adebowale Akande. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to stand on the existing protocol while I also recognize His Excellency the Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, who is the visionary of whatever we are doing today. Allow me to also recognize the Deputy Governor of the state, Barrister Bayo Lawal, the Chairman, Elder and Advisory Council, and all members. I do recognize you. Principal officers of the state, all the commissioners, the DG and the chairmen of boards, the royal fathers here present, Kabiesi, Kadek Belori, Kibat Akbelese, the Ambassador, Consular General, and the diplomatic community, the head of international development organizations that are present here, the Managing Director of the First Bank, thank you so much for your support for this event once again, and all the MDs of private companies here, representative of all agricultural associations, distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the second edition of the Oyo State International Agribusiness Summit 2025. Welcome to Oyo State, the agribusiness industrial hub of Nigeria. I would like to thank everyone present here today, both in person and virtually, for your participation. Your presence here demonstrates that you share a deep interest and commitment to growing Oyo State, and that you have the confidence to undertake more investments and explore opportunities for partnerships in our agribusiness sector. To be clear, ladies and gentlemen, when we speak of agriculture and agribusiness in Oyo State today, we look not to recapture old glories from an era past, but we are taking a giant leap into an exciting future of fantastic opportunities, and in which industrial agriculture hold the key to food security, economic growth, and economic development. I will not mince words by saying clearly and boldly that the future of Oyo State lies primarily in the development of its agribusiness ecosystem through the industrialization of agriculture. And I'll tell you why. In the second quarter of 2025, Nigerian agricultural exports were valued at around 1.3 trillion. However, the vast majority of this export was primarily raw commodities, with no major processed product. 2025. The top exports were cashew nuts in shell, around 352 billion, superior quality cocoa beans, 277 billion, and standard quality cocoa beans, 208 billion, and all others. Raw commodities. As reported by the National Bureau of Statistics, we are losing out in that sense. We are exporting wealth, and we are importing poverty. Once again, I will say it, we are exporting wealth, and as a nation, we are importing poverty. That's what happened when you just export your raw commodity without value addition provided through industrialization. The real wealth in agriculture lies in value addition, which cannot occur without the industrialization of the sector. Secondly, in Nigeria, we pride ourselves on the employment of approximately 48% of the labor force in agriculture. It is true. But have we asked ourselves what kind of labor force? Those labor force that has been entrenched in poverty for decades. The sub-region of this country, which has prided themselves on having the highest labor force in Nigeria in agriculture, are also the region that consistently have high percentage and number of poverty for decades. In the Northeast and Northwest, wage jobs account for less than 10% of total employment, while almost 2/3 of the population remains in farming. This is the same region with the highest poverty rates in this country. I will be concerned with such a labor force. In contrast to Nigeria, Brazil, a developing nation with many similarities to Nigeria, has less than 10% of its 215 million people in agriculture. In comparison, Nigeria has over 37% of its 218 million people in agriculture, primarily in rural farming. Yet, in Brazil, production growth has exceeded domestic consumer demand, resulting in surplus production that has led to increased exports. Brazil agricultural export reached $125 billion, with nearly 72% of this as a processed food, derived from industrialization of its agricultural sector. We in Oyo State saw the limitation of the trajectory of agricultural landscape in Nigeria as far back as 2019. And my boss seated here, and as he will always say, we immediately make a curve to align with the best global practices and take a cue from the tested model for our own dear state. At the outset of this administration in 2019, and at the maiden edition of this summit in 2021, His Excellency Governor Makinde outlined an economical regeneration vision of Oyo State based on harnessing the state natural economical comparative advantage underpinned by the development of agribusiness, enabling infrastructure and human capacity development. These were not mere rhetorics. These are now seen in action. The experiment works as expected, and we will see it in many of the results today. What did we do? We developed a multi-pronged agribusiness strategy for Oyo State, focusing on food security, economical development, and economical growth. With the establishment of 2 agribusiness industrial hubs at Ijayi and Erua, we will host over 50 agricultural industries in Oyo State, with a cumulative new investment of close to $500 million in this state. Oyo State wholesale market, when completed, will also result in an annual turnover of around $450 million, employing directly and indirectly over 100,000 people, supporting the livelihood of over 500,000 farmers, from peasantry, micro to medium farmers, transforming rural villages into an agro-based industrial areas, linking to the economy of the peri-urban and urban areas, supporting food sufficiency and exportation of processed products and revenue generation for your state. How did we know this? We have conducted a proof of concept with the first agribusiness transformation center in Nigeria at Fashola, Oyo Zone. And some of us have signed up to visit the hub tomorrow, and we will see what we are talking about. 14 new medium agribusiness companies were established within 3 years, and a new investment of close to around 17 billion naira was made in processing diverse crops produced in the state within the hub. Within 3 years of completion, we have achieved a 22% return on investment, to our state. It's already supporting 6,000 smallholder farmers and 30,000 households. We have commenced a bold and giant rural infrastructural development targeting industrialization with the connectivity of rural roads, commencements of 1,200 kilometers of feeder roads in rural farming community, the construction of the 30-kilometer circular road as the key gateway for importation and export of agricultural commodity and equipment, the airport for cargo and leakage of all this to the rails. They are all deliberate signal toward agro-industrial revolution of Oyo State. Rural infrastructure development has been driving agro-based industrialization for our state. In addition to what is in Fashola, there is an additional new 29 billion investment in agribusiness private sector industry over the last 6 years, supporting nearly 27,000 farmers cumulatively. You saw some of those industries in the documentary that was shown and that will be shown again. This has contributed significantly to the 300% increase in our state revenue. We are aligning with several regional and global trade instruments that will allow us to access, that will allow access for our agribusiness industrialists to trade globally. From the AFCTA to World Wholesale Union Market membership, to engagement with the European Union through the EU Nigerian Agribusiness Platform, and twinning in bilateral engagement with many countries globally. The mission to explore how agricultural industrialization can propel Oyo State to a ₦1 trillion economy. The answer lies with many of us here. I'm aware that close to 100 agribusiness industrialists are seated here, picked from every local government of the state and outside of this state. This was deliberate, because our actions have to be deliberate. Finally, I would like to pay homage to my boss, my brother and mentor, the visionary behind all that you see today. He is not building projects, he's building systems. Systems that will outlive budgets, administration, and political circles. Systems that will continue feeding, employing, and enriching people long after the spotlight shifts. In an age where development is often advertised before it is achieved, His Excellency stands out as the opposite, a man whose works announce itself. I'm excited about the outcome of this summit and look forward with a great anticipation to 2 days of impactful deliberation, partnership building, deal making, and investment transaction. I thank you and welcome you all to Oyo State Agribusiness Summit 2025. Oyo onire yin loju mi. Thank you very much.
I think Dr. Debo Akande deserves another round of applause, please. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we go straight to goodwill messages. And while the very first one will be a video message, His Excellency Peter Lingnert, Ambassador of Belgium to Nigeria, sends his regards. And of course, he forwarded his goodwill message in video format. So we'll start with his goodwill message right about now. Pay attention to the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it would have been my distinct pleasure to attend the Oyo State International Agribusiness Summit 2025 in person. Alas, my flight to Lagos that was delayed for almost 8 hours with no better excuse stated, mysterious operational reasons, held me back in Abuja. Here's to the operationalization of Ibadan Airport, or to the extension of the railway line from Ibadan all the way to the center of unity. I'm nonetheless very happy to address you on this august occasion. There have been many exchanges between Oyo State and Belgium over the past months. There was an incoming trade delegation from Belgium in November, specifically focusing on the agri-food sector, that interacted with business people from your state. Governor Makinde passed in Brussels twice in the past months with very specific asks and many meetings with Belgian potential investors. I personally traveled 3 times to and through your beautiful state during my tenure here in Nigeria and had fruitful meetings at Cocoa House with the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria, here at IITA, and in other places of interest regarding today's theme, agricultural industrialization. And today is attending the summit as well. Belgium has a lot to offer, from agricultural waste to energy solutions, over recycling materials, to partnering between cocoa and chocolate producers. Grab them by the arm, Thomas and Enzo will be happy to engage. And let me conclude by recognizing the great experience and relentless effort of Dr. Debo Akande, Director General of OYSADA, in lifting the agricultural sector in Oyo to the level where it rightly belongs. To wish organizers well with the summit and to hope for a further proliferation of initiatives between Belgium and Oyo. Congratulations and all the best from the Belgian Embassy in Abuja. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it would have been my distinct pleasure to attend the Oyo State.
No thanks to the people who decided to delay his flight. But all the way from Belgium, Ambassador of Belgium to Nigeria, I think he deserves another round of applause, please. We'll take another goodwill message this time around, also from a diplomat. Please make welcome Consul General Trade Council of Denmark to Nigeria, Ms. Jette Biram. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you very much. Let me just find a few words that I wrote. I could talk for ages about this topic, so you have to bear with me that in order to structure myself a little bit, I wrote down. Listen, good morning, everybody. Honorable Governor, Deputy Governor, allow me to stand on existing protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, it's such an honor for us from Denmark to be here today. We are happy and honored also to partner this event from our cold chain project, which combines agriculture and healthcare. This is such an important hub for Denmark. Ibadan, Oyo State, we have numerous activities ongoing and more to come. It's so wonderful to be back here in IITA. I live in Lagos. I've been in Lagos since August 23, and coming up here, I simply just had to go to the terrace, take in the fresh air, and enjoy the greenery. I mean, I even brought my walking shoes here, definitely going for a long walk. I hope you really appreciate how amazing this is, because when we don't see it in Lagos every day, it's really overwhelming to also enjoy the nature here. And also for sure, we are probably also going to Amala Sky. I'm definitely going, and I hope to bring my colleagues. I want also to acknowledge today, we have a Danish company. Yeah, sorry, I really like it. CT Technologies is our partner from Denmark. Mr. Charles de Gaulle, which is a very special name, came all the way from Ghana to support and is part of our very important cold chain project. My colleague and super expert on anything from farm to fork, Victoria Pelle, who's a trade advisor at the Consulate General in Lagos, and my colleague Niran, who is our Strategic Sector Cooperation Program Officer, representative also in agriculture. Very important for me because we don't work alone. I also want to acknowledge, and you saw it on the video, Mr. Tony Gibono from Milk Barn. I think he is here. He wrote that to me. And we have a lot of activities going on in this project. It also means a lot because Tony is driving a lot of these activities and helping us understand what is actually needed. From the Danish side, agriculture and food sector is regarded a key future growth area. Everybody talks about it, but we really put money and actions behind our strategies. It's not only about Nigeria, it's not only about the continent, it's an international trend where we can also see from Nigeria. We also talk about that back home. Agriculture is taking over oil sector. The diversification that we're seeing, the numbers that we're seeing, I just got the latest trend on the macroeconomic drivers, latest from the Eurocham, European Chamber of Commerce in Lagos. You can definitely see it, sector specific, less dependencies on the fluctuations, for example, in oil prices. It's very, very encouraging to see that you can actually see all the actions behind the numbers. There is no doubt that with a resilient and innovative sector, that is definitely critical in order to see the transition needed. And definitely also we agree to that was just highlighted in the speech, in terms of the value adding along the products. It's also something that is part of the increased needs. Let me just share with you, in my country, Denmark, talking about building systems and building cooperatives in order to make robust systems. We started back in 1600. Back then, the first cooperatives of farmers were created in my country. We had a king called Christian IV. Let me just say with a smile in that sense, we almost conquered Germany and Norway and Sweden, but then we lost it. So now we're back to Denmark. But I'm just saying that was actually a very fluctuating time for us. But that's where the farmers started building cooperatives, because they needed to do something different that they had done for many years. So building these cooperatives means today that Denmark is one of the leading countries in terms of working with cooperative models. Arla Food, who is the owner of Dano Milk, a brand here in Nigeria, they have about 9,000 farmers owned in this cooperative, so they own the company, but it's based on the cooperative models going all the way back to 1600. So we respect that it takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. I also want to share with you that the Federal Minister of Livestock was visiting Denmark in April, which is also really important, because we also want to show our Danish fellow citizens what Nigeria needs. So having Nigerian delegations coming to Denmark to open the hearts and the minds also of our Danish partners are also really, really important, especially to understand also what happens in the livestock part and what goes all the way to the table of the citizens. Let me finally share that Denmark, what does Nigeria and then the leading states mean to Denmark? We have a new Africa-centered strategy which was launched August 24. What that means is that Nigeria is defined as one out of 4 regional hubs on the continent in that strategy. That means any initiatives, politically, economically, is also directed to Nigeria. Our job is then to say, here we have 36 states of Nigeria. Where do we focus and which sectors do we focus on? And for sure, the corridor, Lagos-Ibadan, is one of the key corridors for us. We have Danish companies active here. We have APM terminals who have their dry port up here. They are transporting vegetables from Lagos to Ibadan as part of their getting out of the port, because they run the Apapa port, where they handle 60% of all containers going in and out. But they go into the last mile discussions, and they are also part of our cold chain projects, where we engage both healthcare and agriculture partners, because that's really where it comes together. So we can talk about a lot of things that we do. We would like to talk even more about how we engage from the farm side, from the livestock farm, but all the way getting closer to consumers and safe products, because it has to be accessible, affordable, and definitely safe for consumers. So that is definitely our focus in our strategy. I think I will end here by also just mentioning Impact Fund Denmark, which is the Danish government money driven into a fund. They have decided now on the continent, they're going to be in 2 places, Lagos and Pretoria. So that means our Impact Fund Denmark office is now opening their new office in Lagos, and they are also scaling up with local staff in Lagos. So of course that's very close to Ibadan, so we do our part to make sure that they open their eyes to the investment needs that are here in order to make sure that we get the money directed into the right direction. I want to end here by saying thank you very much, and I wish you a very amazing summit, and we are very, very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
I think Madam Consul General deserves another round of applause. And on behalf of my governor and the good people of Oyo State, you are welcome to open another office in Ibadan. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the ambassador of Belgium to Nigeria may not have been here physically, but he has his, of course, staff members, diplomats from the embassy here with us. Thomas the Bull, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. And of course, Mr. Enzo Vita Carvalho, you're most welcome. Thank you so much. All from the embassy of Belgium to Nigeria. We really, really appreciate you. Your Excellency, we'd like to take a goodwill message from your friend. Immediate past DG, IITA, CGIER. Please make welcome Dr. Teraya Saginga. A round of applause for him, please.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, well, talking about Amalaskai, every time when I come here, that's the first place where I go. And I was there yesterday, and I was having lunch with my driver. And it was so nice, and I was eating like I've never eaten before. And my shirt got a wedu, and the driver told me, yeah, sir, let's go and wash. And I said, no, leave it so people will see that. Yeah, so it's really a pleasure being here. I'm going to make just 3 points. The first point is really to appreciate the Governor Makinde. In 2019, I'm from DRC, and I had built a station, a research station in my town. Just, I wanted to build the capacity of the agripreneur of DRC, and I invited the president of DRC to come and inaugurate that station, which I named after President Obasanjo. And Obasanjo was certainly the man of the day. And Governor Makinde, I think he was in his position only probably for a few months. They were, I think, 6 months almost. And I was just surprised that our governor, because I was then the DG of IITA here, that my governor, without even telling me, will really come to witness that station. And for me, that was an act which I will never, ever forget. Thank you for really trusting us. The second point is that as a DG here, I was very passionate about including the youth in agriculture. In 2012, during that petroleum crisis during Jonathan's time, one event took place in front of IITA Gate. As a DG, I usually take around of the campus in the morning. It's 11 kilometers around. I would drive around. And at the gate, there was almost probably more than 1,000 of young people who were fighting to come into the campus. And I thought it was one of these riots that was happening in the country during that petroleum crisis. So I went to the gate to try to find out what was really happening. And I found young ladies, young boys, and so on. I stopped my car, and I started talking to those young people, actually interviewing them one by one. And the question was, what are you coming to do here? Who are you? Where are you coming from? What did you study? And so on. And the answer was quite obvious. Well, I studied mass communication. I'm a doctor. I'm an economist. They're all student graduates without job, and they're coming here for the casual work. And the casual work was to be in the cassava field, weeding, transporting things, painting, and all kinds of things for graduates. So I decided to call those young people, a sample of them, into my office, the office of the DG here. There were 60. I sat down with them, And I start basically interrogating them about agriculture. At the end, I summarized the responses into 3 P's. That's the response was agriculture is poverty, is penuries, and is pen, PPP. That's the definition of agriculture for those young people and so on. And that's the time I decided to tell them, no, well, listen to me. Agriculture is not just only planting. Basically, you have a chain, just like Debo has explained here. It's not only production. And if you take agriculture, in terms of production, you won't go far, and you won't will the all benefits of agriculture. Actually, I think there's one president, Museveni, keeps saying you grow coffee, you grow it in Uganda or in Kenya, you make $1. It goes to Denmark, it goes to US, and the guy who's making cappuccino and so on make $60. So that's the value chain of. So I explained that to those young people, and we started, I think in Africa, the famous program called Agripreneur, or the young graduates into business. Yeah, so that program was for the graduates, and actually IITA got in 2018 a prize, African Prize Award, just because of that program, which was copied by most of the nations. Now, while I was thinking about that program, I was just saying there is something really missing in this program, because as graduates, we are taking them at the age where they are 20, 25. But what about the early generation of these young people in the primary schools who, if you give him a sausage, he won't even know that the sausage is coming from chicken or goats. So we decided, we got that award, and I decided to start a new program which was called STEP, Start Them Early project. And the money I got from the award, I decided to start a program here in Oyo State, and I went to my local government. I'm from Fashola. And this is not exaggeration. My field work here for a PhD, and the local place I was doing my PhD was in Fashola village. I spent 3 years there working with farmers, in the field, with the young people and so on. So I decided to go basically in that program in Fashola, the Start Them Early program. It was about rebuilding and changing a school which was really dilapidated completely, in the place where we started putting computer school, changing basically the orientation of that school. And the day of the inauguration, I invited the governor to come there. And I remember that day again, during the COVID period, he came, and after examining that program, and for the first time, I was a DG then for almost 10 years here, for the first time receiving support from a state was His Excellency Makinde. He basically gave us more money to extend that program or step them early in 6 local governments here in Oyo State. I think we, yeah, so I think that's my second, basically, and I have to tell him as well, going to Fashola during that period, you have to take almost 1.5 hours from here. The road was terrible and so on. And here, and I believe that he made a promise that he was going to repair that road. And 6 months later, you had to take only half an hour to go there because he had tarmacked the road. Finally, I'm here as well on this summit to explore some of the facility of industrializing agriculture. And the Gate Foundation approached me. They said, well, you started this program of cassava bread here at IITA. We want to industrialize cassava, and we want to put $400 million to industrialize cassava in Nigeria. Sanginga, you know a little bit of what's happening in cassava. Let's make a program where we will basically try to promote cassava industrialization. And one of the things I said, for this to happen, we have to create a cassava chamber of commerce. And they said, well, think about it. And thinking about it, and I said I'm going to approach the governor and basically create that cassava chamber of commerce here in Oyo State. So by this, I'm asking the governor if he will allow us to start that program, because it's going to be the start of industrializing the cassava here in Nigeria. So let me stop here, and it's a pleasure being in this meeting.
If you love IITA and you love Dr. Teraya Saginga, a round of applause for him, please. And let me re-echo, sir. You were asking my governor if he will allow you bring 400 million USD to invest in Oyo State. Your Excellency, he asked that question, sir. I trust my governor. I trust my governor anytime, any day. Your Excellency's distinguished guests, we take one more goodwill message, and this will be from some of our financial partners, from a bank, and from UBA. However, to speak on behalf of our financial partners, MD CEO First Bank, Mr. Segun Alebiosu. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, Your Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, thank you for bringing us here today. The Deputy Governor, distinguished guest. Sure, last time we crossed in DRC, and I said to you, I will make you local. So I'm representing here today so that the bond with you and Nigeria will still remain, and I stand with that. I'm always fascinated with the case of Oyo State and Fashola, because when the Fashola project was about to start, First Bank came forward, and I remember the loan, the CBN loan, the platform. Oh, okay, sorry. I remember the CBN loan, the framework, and all that. And I always speak to my people, and they will tell me we're going back to the real Western Nigeria, where people will have wara. You know what called wara? There will be fresh milk, there will be all this and all that. And I say yes. Yes, so that we have to go back, and that we have to support with everything. And when the whole thing started coming up, I said yes. I'm not surprised. The governor himself is an excellent man. He started his career with Shell. I mean, he knows engineering, he knows that it's private sector person, so I'm not surprised what I'm saying. But I've not had an opportunity of going back to Fashola to go and see the progress they described today. So when they were showing this today, I told my guys, you have to find it just one day, just drive in there and drive out. Don't just go and see the progress they've made so far. But I'm so impressed about the studio of Fashola. And Dr. Akode, you've done so well, excellently well on Agri. I'm so proud, and anytime we describe this or we discuss Fashola and this Agri project, you are so passionate, and you've taken this to the next level, and everybody can see that this is epitome of excellence that we've seen around here. So you've done well, and First Bank, on behalf of other banks, will continue to support Oyo State to take this Agri to the next level. As Governor told me this morning, this is the real way to make money. This is the real way to empower our people. This is the real way for us to grow. So if you have $450 million being spent in Nigeria, if you have billions being exported, if you have agro-processing in coming out of Fashola, it will solve a lot of problems. Next thing I want to hear is how are we selling industrial starch to manufacturing companies in Nigeria instead of importing? Because the cassava can deliver, the maize can deliver, the rice can deliver industrial starch. And that's what you use pharmaceuticals in bakeries and all those things. And that will be a lot for us. And I'm sure you will sell a lot of cows from Fashola Farm this year. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Segun Alebiosu, MD/CEO of First Bank Nigeria. We appreciate you so much. All right, so it's time to listen to the man of the moment. If you are here and you know you want to hear my governor speak, say yeah. All right. So without further ado, with a round of applause, make welcome Vice Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum and Executive Governor for Oyo State, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde, FNSC, DSC, GSSRS, for his keynote address. I think you can keep clapping till he starts talking, please.
Please, let's have our seat. Debo was going to push me down the ladder. He said, can we take the first panel discussion before my address? So I told him no. I said I'll compress my address because I think a member of that panel would need to go for another event. So I'm going to compress my keynote address. And also, if I'm slow, please pardon me. I actually just arrived this morning, 6 o'clock this morning. We landed in Lagos. They just managed to squeeze me on an airplane to get here. But so if I'm slow, maybe my brain is still rebooting. But don't worry, I'll try and manage it very well. Let me stand on the already established protocol. But I'll have to recognize the diplomats that are here, the Consul General of Denmark, Ms. Thank you for identifying with us. Also the Ambassador of Belgium, he just he spoke to us virtually. Also, we have here the U.S. consulate from the U.S. consulate in Lagos, Dr. Christopher Belek. Thank you for identifying with us. And then my friend and brother, who is also a son of the soil, Dr. Teraya Sagunga. This is home for you, and just like you mentioned, when our path crossed in 2019, your local environment at Fashola, we said we will transform it, and I'm happy to tell you that today Fashola hosts the first agricultural transformation center in this country. And thanks to Professor Oyelano and the team at AFDB, you're always here to support us. So I want to say thank you to all of you who has been supporting this vision. Let me use this opportunity to welcome you all to the Oyo State International Agribusiness Summit 2025. This gathering is a reminder of what collaboration and interconnectivity can accomplish. It represents our commitment to transforming agriculture from a subsistence activity into a modern engine of inclusive economic growth. I went with Deborah, we went to Israel, and I asked a question. After seeing the agricultural output, I said, how many farmers do you even have here? The whole of Israel. They said 10,000. I said, well, in Oyo State, at least in the data given to me, I thought we had close to 50, 60,000 farmers. But our output is probably like a fraction of that of Israel. So I told Deborah, you need to go and check all these names and phone numbers and everything. And behold, it reduced to less than 1/10 of what we thought that we had. So for inclusive economic growth through agribusiness, we definitely will have to industrialize. And this is what we've been doing for the first 6 years of this administration, focusing on agriculture as one of the key drivers of Oyo State economy. So this summit provides another opportunity to speak to the strategy we have adopted over the years, leading up to this summit theme, expanding Oyo State's economy through agricultural industrialization. The vision has remained consistent to move Oyo State from potential to productivity, and also from productivity to prosperity. If you look at when I was coming in, nobody will believe me. So you want to be governor of Oyo State? I said, yeah, if you permit me, I'll be. And they basically said to me, but you've never been a councillor, you've never been a member of the House of Assembly, you've never been anything politically, and you just come in and you want to do up step and jump. So the only way to convince the people was to put pen to paper, and we developed a roadmap for accelerated development of Oyo State, 2019 to 2023. And I gave it to them. And I said, look, hold us accountable. Just use this as your marking scheme. Over these 4 years, as we accomplish some of the things mentioned in there, then you can tell us if we're doing great or not. And when it was time for me to seek for second term in office, I was sleeping in my bed. And I said, if you like, vote for me. If you don't like, don't vote for me. By the time I woke up, they had given me second term. So to move Oyo State to prosperity, we decided to go through a structured agribusiness model that creates jobs, supports farmers, attracts investors, and strengthens our internal revenue base. So this is exactly the basis for us gathering together. Sorry, let me also recognize the MD of First Bank and other partners that are here. I know you've committed quite a bit to this summit, but as a reward, the $400 million from Dr. Saginga, I will make sure that they pass it through First Bank and some of the other banks. So you come back to me, one good turn will deserve another. And doctor, please, $400 million, we're ready. If you bring the check tomorrow, you can be sure that Oyo State is open and ready for business. So the idea of agriculture solely as a business, was not a popular concept. The government was providing subsidies to support subsistence farming with no clear strategy to support large-scale agriculture and little to no coordination between policy, infrastructure, research institutions, and private sector investment. And where I sit as the governor of the state, within 20-kilometer radius, you have IITA, International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, you have Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria, you have National Cereals Research Institute, you have IAR&T, International Agricultural Research and Training Institute, and we ask ourselves, so as a state, what have we done, to bring in all these institutes where they're carrying out research, where they're doing quite a bit to improve the model that we're using. And we decided that, charity will begin at home. And we partner with IITA to start with. And for cocoa rejuvenation now, we are partnering with both IITA and Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria. So we believe that to change our narrative, we must do something. And we did something. We formed Oyo State Agribusiness Development Agency, OYSADA. This was created as a special purpose vehicle and dedicated implementation engine. And like you've attested to, from just that idea, we're creating a solid foundation for agribusiness development in Oyo State. So the roadmap that we adopted, has been treating agriculture as a business. We've been creating infrastructure, youth and women employment in agriculture, research-driven production, also financing and investment. That's a decision we just took, I believe, at ESCO, maybe 3 or 4 ESCO before now. The vehicle that we use to give our farmers a loan is called ACOS, Oyo State Agriculture yes, the guy running it is, anyway, they gave loans to farmers, and suddenly, the policy of the federal government was to import produce to this country to crash the price. And we said, okay, so it may be okay at this particular moment because you're paying less. But for next year, it will be a big problem because the farmers, they will all make losses for this year. They will be selling their produce at less than the cost of production. So they'll be out of business next year. So it's either you continue to import those produce, or you need to do something to the farmers. And we told ACOS, don't even bother about asking the people to pay back immediately, because we already have a problem. Take a medium to long-term approach, to deal with that issue, and even give them more money that they can pay back. Over a 3 to 5 year period. We also use data. I was explaining to MD of First Bank this morning. He asked me for, excuse me, he asked me for data and what we're doing on mechanization. And I said, well, I see some of my colleagues, when they say they are doing agricultural mechanization, what you see is, you see tractors on TV, and then to them, that's mechanization. And I said, we actually, we scrapped in Oyo State the tractor unit of the state. And he said, so why will you do that? I said, because from the data available to us, we met tractors abandoned inside the bush at Fashola. So if you give them new tractors today, 5 years' time, you won't see any of that. So we said, okay, we scrapped the unit. We asked private investors to run that business. And we still subsidize for the farmers. If you want to clear 10 acres, come to us. You bring your money for 5 acres, we will bring for remaining 5. And you go to private people who are managing that business to give you tractors to do that. And if you tell me you're clearing 10 acres, I have Google Earth to see where you have cleared, whether you've cleared that place or not. So we're leveraging on technology. And we've also had institutional reforms. When we came in 2019, we started by connecting all the zones. Dr. Saginga's village, Fashola, we connected it to, Fashola is in Oyo zone. We connected it to Iseyi. We connected Iseyi to Ogbomoso, Iseyi to Ibadan, and then Iseyi to Ibarakwa. So the only one we're working on that will complete the connectivity is Erua to Ibadan. And work is far gone in there. So once you have connectivity, and I also explained this morning that you may not see it, what Oyo State has been able to achieve through institutional reform. But the only way that you appreciate it is, please go to any of those produce belt for us. Let's say Iseyi, for instance, or Erua, and you will see trucks coming to take produce from Oyo State, and they will be facing one direction. It's either they're going to Ogun State, Lagos State, or Edo State. So that means we're actually producing quite a lot, but because it is not happening at the same time with our neighboring states, you're not seeing the impact. But I think very soon, I think they will catch up with us also. But we are also not going to, we're not going to sleep. And also the SAP's project, there are two zones, the Ijayi and Erua zones, that is coming on to complement Fashola. Land preparations are ongoing in there. We've had the investors onboarding also going on. And the two zones will become operational. And also investment-ready clusters that will drive job and exports. And let me also say this. Yes, it's good to talk about import substitution. But our approach is not just to substitute import. When you take that approach, you're limited to your own internal market. Whatever efforts we are making should also be good enough to export and earn foreign exchange for Nigeria and Oyo State. So let me welcome you investors from all over. One thing that I think you can take away from this interaction is that this will be an opportunity to deepen public-private partnership in Oyo State. And we'll do everything possible to support genuine investors in Oyo State. I believe Mr. Apopola is here. I was the sugar, Mr. Adepoju rather, the brown sugar factory. They were going to mess him up, but Oyo State decided we will invest our money because the jobs that will be created will be for Oyo State people. But the produce that will come out of that place will be for entire country and also for export. So finally, here are a few things that we offer. One, abundant arable land with favorable climate across multiple agroecological zones. Two, a young, trainable workforce. Dr. Saginga alluded to that just now. Proximity to Lagos and Nigeria's largest consumer market. Emerging industrial hubs with infrastructure and security. A government that listens, responds, and partners. And finally, a commitment to policy stability and continuity. Those 6 things you can take to the bank as far as Oyo State is concerned. So this summit is not just for presentations. It is a marketplace for ideas, partnerships, and investment decisions. So I encourage every stakeholder to engage fully, explore opportunities, and connect with our team. Remember, the work ahead is bigger than any one institution. It requires collaboration between farmers, processors, technology providers, financiers, researchers, and government. But together, we strive to build a state where farmers produce competitively, processing industries thrive, youth find meaningful careers in agribusiness, export-oriented clusters emerge, rural communities are safer, richer, and more connected, and agriculture continues to thrive as one of the strongest pillars of our economy. This is the Oyo State we're building. A state that leads, a state that innovates, and a state that is ready to feed Nigeria and contribute to Africa's agricultural transformation agenda. So I want to sincerely say thank you to you, our partners, both local and international, for believing in the Oyo State story. I thank our farmers extension workers, processors, and entrepreneurs for their resilience. And I thank every investor here for choosing to be part of our journey. The next chapter of Oyo State agricultural industrialization begins now. I know I only have maybe 17 months to go, but I won't disappear completely. I'll still be available to guide, to advise, and to continue to make my contribution, because I think I got into the office too young. I should have just go out and retire. But by the time I'll be done, I'll be 59. Even by retirement age all over the world, I should still have 1 year at least. So I want to say, let us build this Oyo State vision together. I thank you and God bless you all.
I think my governor deserves another round of applause, please. Thank you, Your Excellency. You know, he mentioned in passing the 50% tractorization project, and some people felt, well, just one of those things. I'll tell you one reason why you need to clap for him one more time. Data available right now makes it clear that as at this morning, that tractorization policy is responsible for 32,000 acres across Oyo State. Does it not deserve a round of applause, please? 32,000 acres. That's massive. It means remove that project. Only God knows where those farmers would have gotten fund to plow their farm. Your Excellency, we're about to witness an unveiling right now. But we have a short video that will lead us into it. And I'd like to invite to the microphone DG OYSADA, Dr. Debo Akonde. It's just a 2-3 minutes video, and it will lead us into the process of the unveiling. Doctor.
Thank you very much. Yes, we dare do it different, and we always do it differently. Okay? And I won't go into the details of this because of time, but what we are doing today will be a major milestone in the history of agribusiness in this state. Excellency has been signing so many instruments within the continent. The FCTA is there that we're signing. We've also signed with the World Union of Wholesale Markets, Global one, that link us to many opportunities globally. Later today, and we had a discussion in Belgium, Excellency led that, a discussion with the European Union and Nigerian Platform on Agribusiness. The lead is here. We'll be talking in the next panel. There's been quite a lot of twinning that we are doing with countries across Africa and in Europe as well. All this require one thing, that when we start engaging in exporting of our products, there is a need to have a traceability. We need to know where the product is coming from. The CG was just telling me right there when we were talking that standardization is required. And what this will mean is that going forward, Oyo State will have a standard. And this seal that will be opened by His Excellency will remain to be the major certification seal for all the export from this state. And this will be aligned with the AFCTA, will be aligned with the World Union of Wholesale Market, will be aligned with the European Union, will be aligned with the American government. And once they see this, they know that this product is a product that is acceptable and that is well and has been well scrutinized. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to this unveiling today. His Excellency will lead that. Please bring in the video.
This map tells the story of Oyo State's commitment to quality agriculture. At the center stands the Oyo State coat of arms, representing our heritage, our people, and the strength of the land that feeds millions. Surrounding it, the laurel wreath, a mark of excellence and achievement, honoring the farmers, producers, and partners who uphold the highest standards. Encircling the mark are the words trusted, traceable, transforming agriculture, a promise that every product bearing this trademark is grown with integrity and backed by systems that safeguard its journey from farm to table. Growing for growth and sustainability, gold for value and prosperity. Together, they signal a new chapter in Oyo State's agribusiness story. This is more than a trademark, it is a standard. Grow in Oyo State, official agricultural certification trademark.
I'd like to invite the diplomats to please join His Excellency. Dr. Teraya Saginga, Deputy Governor, please join His Excellency.
Please, those standing up, just sit down so that the people behind you can see what we're unveiling. Yes.
Me?
Well, I like to brag a little bit. You know, sometimes I just brag. I say to people that, you know, we have 54 countries in Africa. If Oyo State were to be a country in Africa, out of that 54, in terms of landmass, will be number 44 out of 54. So that means in terms of landmass, will be bigger than, well, Oyo State is bigger than at least 10 African countries. But by population, if we were to be a country by population, Oyo State will be number 33 by population. So we're more populous than at least 21 other African countries. So I brag a lot about that, but for today, what we want to do is, like I mentioned in my speech, we're not just talking about import substitution, no. We dare to be different. And I can see my cocoa rejuvenation team looking at me, because the first skyscraper south of Sahara is not more than maybe 20 kilometers from where we are right now, named Cocoa House. It was built on the back of cocoa business. It was launched in 1959 and commissioned in 1965. Since that time, we have not been able to build a second one. But with what the foundation we're laying, I believe between 5 to 8 years, they will be able to do something even greater than what those folks did in the 50s. So, on that note, I want to unveil the quality seal for all produce and products from Oyo State. So please help me, everyone here. So when you see this, it's a seal of quality from Oyo State. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As they return to their seats, I'd like to invite forward Seyi Makinde, wherever you are, please come forward. Thank you, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At this juncture, we'll pivot to the panel discussion. And to take us forward, Oluwa Seun Akinola. Please appreciate him. Over to you.
All right. Your Excellencies, the members of the diplomatic community here present, I'd like to also appreciate everyone who's been here joining us for this event. Like everyone has been doing, and I'd like to stand on the existing protocol as we go into the panel discussion. The first panel discussion for this event is on the integration of Oyo State in the global agribusiness trade framework, challenges and opportunities. And I'd like to start by inviting the panelists to the seat here. The first person to bring on as a panelist is Mr. Roland Oletuoro, as a project director, European Union and Nigeria Agribusiness Platform. Shall we appreciate him with a round of applause as he's stepping forward? Can we keep it warm so that he can come over here? Let's keep it moving. All right, thank you, sir, and you're welcome. And Mr. Roland is a seasoned business development practitioner with about 27 years experience in agribusiness, in trade, and investment facilitation. He has worked with major donors, including UK, DFID, and USAID, notably designing and leading the $15.8 million USAID Nigeria Next project between 2012 and 2017, which facilitated, and wait for it, over $50 million in Nigerian cashew and commodity exports, and attracted about $30 million in new investments along the Lagos-Kano-GBR corridor. Earlier, a panelist managed $2 million USAID-funded Nigeria expanded export pilot between 2010 and 2012. Our guest is a founder and director of Agribusiness Register Limited, which designs and manages sustainable agribusiness platforms, including the EU-Nigeria Agribusiness Platform for trade and digital transformation. I'm sure you know that this man is eminently qualified to have this conversation. A round of applause for him once again, please. And the next panelist is no other than the Foreign Service Officer of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Foreign Agricultural Services, FAS, U.S. Consulate in Lagos, Nigeria, with regional coverage from Benin Republic and Cameroon. So let's make welcome Chris Belksik. Is right here today. I want that to be our sounding, please, as we welcome him. Thank you very much. Chris is a U.S. Department of Agriculture, Foreign Agricultural Service, FAS Foreign Service Officer, assigned to the U.S. Consulate in Lagos, Nigeria, with regional coverage, as I said earlier, for Benin Republic and Cameroon. Chris has completed domestic assignments on U.S.-China agricultural trade and agricultural biotechnology policy, and oversees assignments as a Deputy Director of the Agricultural Trade Office, U.S. Embassy, Beijing, China, as the Agricultural Attaché in the Office of the Agricultural Affairs, U.S. Embassy in Kazakhstan. He has a Master's and PhD in Agricultural Leadership, Education, and Communications from Texas and A&M University. Our guest is a native of New York and is married with 2 children. Once again, let's make them welcome as we appreciate them. And thank you very much. Now, I will be the one to ask them the questions, so I'll take my seat as we engage in this conversation. My name is Oluwa Seun Akinola. All right. Thank you very much. So we'll start as we look at the issues that we are going to be examining. Something that I want to start with, which borders on what His Excellency just did. While I was reading through and studying this, the first thing that I saw as a gap that Oyo State should be looking at is what they call standards, accreditation, and SPS, that is sanitary and phytosanitary capacity. But it seems that Oyo State is blocking all those gaps, bringing this in. So I'd like to ask my panelists quickly, your impression about this unveiling that we did today in terms of standardization, since Oyo State is looking into, getting into the world and presenting our agricultural produce to the world. So what's your impression about this? Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, thank you so much. I think this is very critical because in the past, if you exported substandard, unsafe food products, they just destroyed at the port of entry. But today, it's a criminal offense. You will be prosecuted. All right? So it's very critical what the Oyo State government is trying to do, ensuring that there's traceability, people are trained. We need to bring our best forward, the best 11, for instance. We need to bring them forward. We need to identify the actors, train them, enable them, support them to meet standards, because the market is there. Let me give an example. Okay. The European Union right now, as of 2024, imported 158 million euros of cassava products generally, because of the shortage of wheat from the Russian-Ukraine war. A lot of bakery products are using cassava flour products. Nigeria is #1 in cassava production in the world, but we are not in the industrialization market. So this is a huge opportunity for us to key into. And we're working with the Oyo State government to say, look, why can't we target 10% of that market by the end of 2026? All right? Using the platform of the European Union Nigeria Agribusiness Platform, which we manage on behalf of the European Union and the Nigerian government. So I think the opportunities are there, but there are hurdles to be met. And I think this is a good step to take. Yes,
right, thank you very much. Let me come to Chris. You want to make a comment about this? Right.
I think the emblem is a wonderful idea. I think it looks great, but not only does it look great, but it promises things to potential buyers. It signals things to buyers, to importers, and end users that the people who are producing this product they care about it, and they care about their consumer, and so they're going the extra mile to make the buyers, make the users feel comfortable. In the United States, we're focused a lot on food safety, protecting our consumers, our children, our families. Just actually, I have to leave very soon after this to fly up to Abuja because we're holding a one-week event with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, along with the Federal Ministries of Agriculture, Food Security, and Ministry of Livestock Development on SPS issues, sanitary, phytosanitary issues. So, and we're specifically working with the different federal ministries as well as state, local actors and non-government organizations on the National Food Safety Management Committee. Okay. And so anything that you can do, this emblem is amazing. It looks great. I want to definitely get my photo next to the emblem and send it back to my agricultural business colleagues in the United States to see this is, give them a good thumb up.
All right, please round of applause for Oyo State for this once again. So standardization, safety, for the export, it's very important. So let's go to the focus. One focus is export readiness for your state and global trade linkages. I'd like you to think around policy and infrastructural bottlenecks that you probably have observed currently in your state that could limit this venture, particularly our participation as a subnational entity in global trade. I know that the Oyo State government has been very big on AFTA, signing different instruments. But if you look at what we have done so far, Prof, what do you think we need to do better?
All right, thank you very much for that question. Let me tell you something. Look, if you look at the multidimensional poverty index for Nigeria as at 2022, it was around 67%, the multidimensional poverty index. I'm saying this to say, just to buttress what the governor said about an export-led economic growth. Why is that important? This is a country of 220 million people, and you have that high level of poverty. Now, that was 2022. Now, that was before the removal of the fuel subsidy, right? So now, if you did that assessment, it could be very high, to 75%. So you can see the level of poverty. So it's difficult to grow the economy with that level of poverty. So we need to plug into having an export strategy that enables us to plug into vibrant economies. If you recall, the Minister of Agriculture of Saudi Arabia came to Nigeria last year in 2024. It was hosted by the Minister of Agriculture of Nigeria. Their mission was very clear. They came from Senegal to Ghana, and they came to Nigeria to engage with the private sector. What were they looking for? They want to buy products. They need products. So they came to assess our supply capabilities. Can we supply them? I recall I was in that meeting. The minister and some of us were in that meeting. The minister said a word 3 times, and it got my attention. You know what he said? He said, can you give us quality at a lower price? He said it 3 times in the course of the meeting. Why is that important? They have established relationship with producers from Brazil around the world. If they are going to switch, there has to be an incentive in terms of the quality and the price. And that's where we break down, because we've not organized our supply chain. So I think going forward, it has to be a public-private partnership.
Okay.
Yeah, because the SMEs alone, they can't, it's a very tough market outside. You have organized production systems from other countries. So if we're going to penetrate these markets, I think what Oyo is doing, and I'm very bullish on Oyo because this is a state that has the largest land mass closest to the port, closest to the financial capital of Nigeria, closest to the consumer market. So this can be a model that can be replicated across the states in this country. So the state working with the private sector, having shared facilities like the SCPC facilities that you have, and then you have financial support, because we need patient capital to grow our supply chains. The banks are not financing primary production because they see that's very risky. So the government, the state government, has to have funding instruments that de-risk capital, both foreign and domestic capital, so that primary producers can have patient capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for cutting you. I'd like to quickly, just maybe in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
The governor made a statement earlier about the effort of the state to stimulate smallholder farmers through loans and other provisions input. However, he said the federal government's policy on importation will harm the farmers. How do we strike a balance there?
So, well, I mean, I don't have an answer to that, but I think, like the governor said, I think the approach is better. We need to have, look, this is about long-term approaches. Okay. I tell you something, the Dubai government, they did their first 50-year plan that ended November 2021. They started the second 50-year plan December 2021. So they are on this 50-year plan. All countries have long-term plans. You can't do this thing by political circles. It has to be like, we're working with the Oyo State government, Oyo State agency, the Agribusiness Agency, to have a 10-year plan, for instance, to take 10% of the EU import of cassava products. That's a strategy, that's a plan. We clear KPIs. We can do the same thing for cocoa, for cashew. It has to be a plan. So if there are ups and downs, you just keep going, and then it will balance itself, and then you move on.
Small and medium, as well as large businesses in Oyo State, as we meet international quality, how would we be able to step forward, to meet international quality, traceability, standards required for export? I'm sure that's the purpose of this seal, and I want you to speak to it, and you can make reference to AGOA after another EU instruments that Oyo State is leveraging on.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I applaud my distinguished panelists for the mention of an export strategy. that Nigeria needs an export strategy. And I'm going to say something that maybe, that it doesn't get said a lot here at all. But I think Nigeria also needs to have an import strategy. Because I've been in Nigeria for about 2.5 years after serving in many other parts of the world. And I hear in Nigeria over and over again that Nigeria is importing way too much food, way too much agriculture and food. Nigeria is dependent on food imports. So my team and I, we crunched the data. We looked at countries all around the world, the entire globe, at the same per capita rate of about $2,000. So per capita $2,000, Nigeria compared to other countries that have a similar per capita income. And per capita in Nigeria imports about $34 of food and agriculture each year per person. So I don't know if that's a lot or a little, but the average was 100. So Nigeria is actually importing 3 times less than their peers in the same economic profile. In the United States, it's actually it's nearly $2,000. So U.S. consumers are importing per capita, per person, about $2,000 in food and agriculture every year. In Nigeria, it's just $34. But again, if you compare Nigeria to all other countries in similar GDP per capita, $34. The average is 100. Ghana, for example, is $43. So I've heard over and over again, and it got me really interesting because as the Honorable Governor mentioned, interested in data. I'm also a data person, and I wanted to see, well, people always say we're importing too much. What's too much, right? What does the data say? And actually, it shows that Nigeria is importing actually 3 times lower than the average compared to their economic peers. And I'm talking about importing because what I've seen working in other parts of the world is that you learn best by export, you learn best importing, so you can then export. And see all of the countries in many different industries, but including agriculture, you learn how to export by importing. You take ingredients, you add value, you add local and imported ingredients, and then you export added value. It's really hard, as the governor mentioned, import substitution, it sounds wonderful, but if you don't have all the ingredients, and I've spoken to a lot of Nigerian agribusinesses, and the number one concern, maybe cost, but it's the scarcity of raw materials. So how can we break out of this cycle of dependence on just exporting raw commodities? Because the United States, we are very happy about importing Nigerian cocoa beans because we buy them per ton, and then we turn around into chocolate bars and we make 10, 20, 30, 50 times as much. The former DG mentioned the coffee as well. That's my background is in coffee. So I think Nigeria also needs an import strategy. And so that's the United States. What we're really interested in supporting, I have a company member, Mr. John. John is here in the livestock industry of providing products from the United States in Nigeria to boost productivity and to boost exports.
Okay, look, I heard you talk about import and export strategies, but I'd like you to, before I go back to Mr. Roland, I'd like you to look at cross-border trade. Compare it with when we strengthen cross-border trade, as we're looking at importation, how do we also protect local industries from unfair external competition and also not discourage them? You talked about, getting our cocoa bean, bringing it back, and maybe you make a lot of money even in that. So how do you balance that?
Competition is wonderful. Competition will make you more efficient, will increase yields. This is how you, again, break out of that cycle of just exporting, lower yields and basic commodities. So I think competition is Nigeria's friend. Nigeria should not be afraid of competition. You're the most populous country in Africa. One of the most populous countries in the world, a backbone. Nigeria has the most arable land of any country in Africa. So it's interesting, why would Nigeria be afraid of competition? Your farmers should be welcoming competition because competition will make you more efficient, make you produce more. Competition is your friend, and this is what we've seen in the United States with American farmers. Our farmers over the past 100 years have had to deal with international markets, and dealing with international markets has boosted our productivity and our yields 3-4-fold in row crops, things like maize or corn, rice, soybean. But I also want to mention something that I've seen here personally is, in working across borders, is this idea of regulatory uncertainty. And so I've seen personally the documents and the messages going back and forth about Nigerian agricultural products being rejected when they arrive in the United States. A lot of times the products are not rejected because they're unsafe, they have poor quality, but it's because of the documentation that's required from Nigerian government is not where it should be. I can't be too, I don't want to be too specific, but I just saw something happening where the United States government, we were asking Nigerian government about a particular certificate. And we asked one particular ministry, they said, is this certificate valid? And they said, we don't issue that certificate. So we had to reject it because nobody claimed, Nigerian government did not claim the certificate. We found out later that the certificate is issued by another agency. So I think this is where, different agencies need to work better together, this regulatory certainty, cooperation. I think that would be to do so much to boost Nigerian productivity and competitiveness in the international market. But
okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure we're taking notes on these, but I'm limited by time. But I'll come to Roland now quickly, and I'd like to do something practical. The governor made reference to a brown sugar factory in Oyo State. Is producing something from here. How government has been supporting that factory, bringing produce here. I wanted to think about what institutions like OYSADA, state government institutions, can do to connect that brown sugar factory with bigger opportunities outside of this country in different continents, enabling them to be able to compete, favorably with these bigger institutions.
Yeah, great. So, the OYSADA is a great step. I don't know if they are structured to do market development, to get large contracts, right? But that's one way to go, right? Go up there. We are here to support the platform, B2B engagements. I saw the governor in Brussels a few weeks ago, and the team from OYSADA. That is the way to go. We need to go out there and get markets, okay? And let me make a point here. Look, for us to produce what the international market requires, we must import. We need machineries. We need technical know-how. We need partnerships. We need low-interest loans. So we must import. But I think it's wrong for us to import what we can produce locally. It's not right. Okay. We can't be importing things that we can produce locally. So that's one way. So I think the government needs to look at the linkage between the market and the production system. So cooperatives, this is a way to go. Organize pharmaceutical cooperatives, having export production villages, if you like. Connect them to market systems that an agency like OYSADA or some other strategic partnership can entail. Get good contracts, and then we can meet up those quality requirements. I think that's the way to go.
All right, Chris, finally, there's grown in Oyo State trademark that we started with. Now, so how will this strengthen Oyo State's trade identity and boost our confidence among international agribusiness value chain partners?
Yeah, you should already be confident. Oyo State should already be confident in the agriculture you produce. So you guys are already doing a wonderful job. And IITA has been in Ibadan for 50, 60, 70 years, maybe 65 years. And with the United States, we also fund the Soy Excellence Center that's on the IITA campus. So this is helping promote the use of soy products in the agriculture, specifically aquaculture and livestock and poultry value chains. I think this idea of traceability is amazing, and this is what you need. But you can't lose the sight of why are you tracing products back to the farm? What's the purpose? And you can't lose sight of price, of course. Somebody mentioned price, but safety and quality. So traceability does not equal safety and quality. First and foremost, you need safety and quality. You can't cut corners. Then you need traceability. This is, coming from a consumer with a family in the United States. If I buy something from Oyo State, from Nigeria, first and foremost, I have young children. I want it to be safe, and I want it to be a quality. You know, traceability, if my children get sick, I don't care if it can be traced back to the farm. That doesn't matter to me. What I want first and foremost is my children not to be sick. So safety, quality, you know, but of course traceability is actually, you know, is absolutely key in international markets to be able to trace things back to the production or processing point.
Thank you. But do you have any final word for Governor? He's listening to you now. Yes, Chris.
Okay,
Do you have any final word? Yeah,
Chris, you go.
Yes, you.
Just you know, I want to appreciate the governor, the deputy governor for the excellent vision in promoting Oyo State. You need boots on the ground. We welcome you to the United States to promote the Oyo State trademark. This is why a lot, you know, my government puts myself, we have our secretary, our federal minister traveling all around the world promoting American products. And I think the governor, you're doing a wonderful job here in Oyo State, and there's a lot more work to do around the world to welcome your products. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much. My last word is, look, the governor is talking about Oyo State, you know, compared to other countries in Africa in terms of landmass, you know, number 23 in Africa. I think that is the way to go. We have to think, subnationals must begin to think out of the box, all right? The state of California is the 4th largest economy in the world by GDP. So I'm going to challenge the governor and his team from this summit. What is the target for Oyo State in terms of GDP in Africa? And we can do it. Cocoa, cashew, shea butter, cassava, a lot, I mean, livestock can put Oyo State as tops in Africa, in fact, in the world, in terms of GDP, in terms of production, domestic sales, and export. Nigerians need jobs. We need jobs. And those jobs will come from, you know, market penetration. The EU market is available for us to start with.
All right.
Thank you.
My time is up. Please, a round of applause for my panelists today. A round of applause for them. And thank you so much. But you cannot leave yet because we dovetailed into question and answer. I'm sure that people have questions. I'm going to stand up now. We can take the questions. We should go on? No. Okay. But we don't want to take the questions anymore. Then we have to round up. Please, a round of applause for them once again. And thank you all for being a wonderful audience. My name is Oluwaseun Akiolana. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Please appreciate the panelists, please. And the facilitator in charge, Seun Akinola. Thank you so much for getting that done as brief as possible. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, within the next few minutes, we'll be doing 3 to 4 things in quick succession. Right about now, a video will be going up, and it will play for the next 10 minutes. And while the video is on, you can grab coffee or tea outside to my left while the video is on, just 10 minutes. And right after we conclude watching that video, I believe it's on now, because we have to make up for time. Well, immediately after we're done with that video, the VVIPs will proceed outside for a group photograph. It's been arranged already. VVIPs will proceed outside for a group photograph. The place has been arranged right after the video. And immediately we're done with the group photograph, His Excellency will lead a delegation to the exhibition stand, right from the group photograph seats. So, and immediately we're done with the exhibition stand, those who have the VVIP, we get to have lunch with the governor. VVIP, please, not VIP. VVIP only. So, once again, a 10 minutes. Only VVIP, please. Yes, others have lunch already prepared for them as well, too. So, in quick succession, a 10-minute video, it's on right now. Then group picture outside. But while the 10-minute video is on, you can grab coffee or tea. That's available for everyone outside. And then right after the group picture, a tour of the exhibition stand and lunch. Thank you very much.
Between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the companies alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have at Eseyi will be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state, and they drive the system by themselves. They will need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems, in terms of agriculture, will be well developed.
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after two major and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness. We extrayed the position that Oyo State was on agriculture at that particular point in time. We also examined the gaps, that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment. That led us to what we have today as Oyo State Agribusiness Development Strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding the approach we are adopting on agriculture and agribusiness in the state today.
Guided by political will and coordinated through OYSADA, Oyo State is building one of the strongest agribusiness ecosystem in Nigeria today. From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
Our administration did not stumble onto the decision of re-engineering.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we'll take the group picture now, please. VVIPs, please. VVIPs. It's set outside, please. VVIPs. Dr. Odeba, can you please help lead the team? It's set outside already. Let's go straight to have the pictures. The SSG Chief of Staff, Deputy Chief of Staff, please join His Excellency as we go to take the group picture, please.
State and transforming the state from a sleepy community into a thriving agribusiness hub. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
In Ado-Awaye, Sotri International turned cassava into a global standard industrial product, sorbitol, the first of its kind in Africa. Today, a vast network of cassava producing communities consistently supplies the factory.
The farmers are in the center stage of our business, and the whole motive is to transform them into commercial farmers. So as the company is growing, the farmers are supposed to transform from being small to medium and then being large.
Every truck of roots is washed, chipped, liquefied, filtered, and transformed into high-grade sorbitol used for food, beverage, and pharmaceutical companies. This is a value addition at an industrial scale, powered by rural farmers and supported by an enabling environment.
A lot of challenges, from road to water to electricity, because it was forest. We had to bring power all over from Seyi to Ado-Awaye to provide power. We started with generator, but then we surmounted them.
I brought the Commissioner for Local Government here, asked him to join us. He complained about the road from the main Ado-Awaye road to the factory. Himself and the chairman of the Seyi local government, they will bring a request, an authority to incur expenditure for that road to be constructed. And I promise you, you must see a contractor mobilized to that road within the next 2 weeks.
The governor promised he was going to fix us the road, and he did. The farmers now can take their produce, not just cassava, they can easily move their produce to the town. These have really improved the livelihood of the people around here.
In Iseyin, Nigeria's first brown sugar factory is restoring the nation's sugar independence. Here, cane is milled, crushed, clarified, crystallized, and dried to produce premium brown sugar used nationwide. A facility of this size requires good roads, security, and access to raw materials, all strengthened through state government support.
I'm also one of the examples of Governor Makinde's attitude to investment. About 3 years ago, Sugar Council that was supposed to give us money to buy the remaining equipment refused to give us money to complete this place. I think that was the time the Excellency now got information about this place. So when he came here, I explained my plight to him. Makinde said no, Aba must complete his factory. And that's how the government came in. We are going to be producing about between 24 and 27 tons of brown sugar every day, then 18 metric tons of molasses. And our future plan is to increase the capacity from the present 350 to 1,000 metric tons of sugar intake per day, which means we will be using about 350,000 tons of sugar cane every year. If not somebody who lost investment, if not somebody who wants the state to progress, if not somebody who wants employment for his people in the state, he will not bother himself. So you can see for a whole state governor to come here without knowing me, without me being a big man, to come and meet me, a poor man. See development, it's not me alone.
From greenhouse cultivation to modern processing lines, Brown Hill Tomato is proving that fresh tomato can be grown, harvested, processed, and packaged without waste. Its controlled environment greenhouse ensure year-round production, a game changer for Nigeria's tomato market. In Fashola, Pepperetti transforms fresh chili and bell peppers from surrounding farms into premium pepper puree, chili paste, and ready-to-cook sauces. Using hygienic processing lines and airtight packaging, the company delivers consistent quality, longer shelf life, and reduced post-harvest losses, helping farmers secure stable market and positioning Oyo State as a hub for high-value pepper product. Oyo State is also becoming a cashew processing destination. Nuts-Link Limited Factory and Grandier Agribusiness buy directly from farmers, sort, steam, crack, dry, and package export-grade cashew kernels. The value stays within the state, creating jobs, empowering farmers, and strengthening rural economies. Milking Ban represents a new era of dairy farming, from feed production to maize cultivation to herd management to chilling stations. The system is fully integrated.
What we have here is not very common. So what we've done here is to provide this farm where we can house these animals, grow the food that they eat here, feed them. Those corn silages were planted here, harvested here, and stored here for these animals. They are not just grazing openly everywhere. So we use the food, we feed them here, we inseminate them here on the farm with artificial insemination, and the results are all evident. Now we have brought a 12,000 milk collection center We are bringing a 2x16 milking parlor. So that means every day 15,000 liters of milk will leave here.
Fresh milk is collected daily and supplied to Friesland Campina Wamco, proving that Nigeria can produce quality milk competitively. To power modern agriculture, Niji Group manufactures equipment locally. Tractors, harvesters, cassava peelers, and food processing machines.
Coming to Oyo State, I don't think I regret it. I think it's a good place to be. When you think of the business environment, government policies, and all those things is very, very attractive to a kind of investors.
Innovation that used to be imported is now made in Oyo State.
Our equipment are foolproof. We design, we fabricate, and we sell to people. You can use some of our equipment for another 10, 20 years. You can only compare our equipment with the European standards.
Through the support of AATF, improved cassava varieties and technologies have reached thousands of farmers, raising yields and repositioning cassava as a true industrial crop.
This is evidence for all to see. To be honest, this is like bringing succor to the life of the rural farmers, even investors that want to come to Oyo State, because the enabling environment is already there, the facilities, infrastructure that is needed to kickstart is already there. So our production process is unique because the machine is zero waste. We don't have any waste all through the processing cycle. As we all know, cassava is highly perishable crops because when you harvest, if you don't process within 3 days, then it starts to deteriorate. But one of the key benefits of this machine is because we are able to store the chips for a period of 6 months, even before we process into the final product, which is the HQ self. So it helps to curb post-harvest loss.
FarmFix is strengthening the rice value chain in Oyo State by aggregating paddy from organized rice clusters and processing it into a clean, stone-free premium rice. The company supports hundreds of farmers, creates steady jobs in aggregation, milling, packaging, and logistics, and ensures a reliable supply of locally processed rice for the Nigerian market. This growing ecosystem is reducing dependence on imports while boosting rural livelihoods and local food security.
So we choose Oyo State because of its strategic location, growing agribusiness ecosystem with access to key agribusiness value chain to drive modern and technology-based farming for the benefit of our farmers, the employees, and the downstream consumers. In the past 6 years, the current government has been able to put a lot of infrastructures in place, like road. We have so many roads that are linked to each other in Oyo State now, which is a plus for us. And currently, we have access from here to our farm, and it's also easy for us from the factory to connect to the markets.
At Awe and Akinyele, Amo Farms operates a tightly connected system. Maize and soybean farmers supply their feed mills. Feed sustains layers, broilers, and pure line breeders. Egg moves to hatcheries, producing millions of day-old chicks sold across Nigeria and exported regionally. Their nut noodle line processes chicken, beef, fish, and shrimp, all produced and packaged within Oyo State.
Our governor, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, is a promise keeper. He visited us, saw the deplorable conditions of our roads and the impact it was having on vehicles, cost of maintenance, inconvenience of the staff and all of that. And he promised there and then that he was going to fix that road. Quite honestly, I was a bit skeptical, but he did it. Without much fuss, that road was fixed. He keeps promises.
With over 2,700 employees and counting, Amo Farms is one of the state's strongest agribusiness anchors. These are not isolated achievements. They are outcomes of a clear strategy, one that aligns policy, infrastructure, research, and private investment. Oyo State is moving towards a billion-dollar agribusiness economy, a model for how government and the private sector can build prosperity together.
The whole world has seen it. Countries from outside Nigeria has come to visit the place. A state within Nigeria has been there. Even the president of another country has been there to see this proof of concept. And private sector that are there will bear a testimony to us as a state that in Oyo State, we honor our words. Between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the companies alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have at Eseyi will be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state, and they drive the system by themselves. They will need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems, in terms of agriculture, will be well developed.
Please listen to this announcement. If you have interest in joining the governor at the exhibition stand, there are 2 free buses. Free buses are outside right now. So please join the free buses. Coastal buses are outside. Should you need, if you are interested in joining the governor or going to the exhibition stand, it's a bit far from here. So there are 2 coastal buses outside. Please walk up to the buses and enjoy the free ride. Thank you very much. Mr. Odofin,
on agriculture at that particular point.
Commissioner for Agriculture would like to see you.
Examine the gaps, that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment. That led us to what we have today as Oyo State Agribusiness Development Strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding the approach we are adopting on agriculture and agribusiness in the state today.
Guided by political will and coordinated through OYSADA, Oyo State is building one of the strongest agribusiness ecosystem in Nigeria today. From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
Our administration did not stumble onto the decision of re-engineering agribusiness development in Oyo State and transforming the state from a sleepy agrarian community into a thriving agribusiness hub. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
In Ado-Awaye, Sotri International turned cassava into a global standard industrial product, sorbitol, the first of its kind in Africa. Today, a vast network of cassava producing communities consistently supplies the factory.
The farmers are in the center stage of our business, and the whole motive is to transform them into commercial farmers. So as the company is growing, the farmers are supposed to transform from being small to medium and then being large.
Every truck of roots is washed, chipped, liquefied, filtered, and transformed into high-grade sorbitol used for food, beverage, and pharmaceutical companies. This is a value addition at an industrial scale, powered by rural farmers and supported by an enabling environment.
A lot of challenges, from road to water to electricity, because it was forest, we had to bring power all over from Isei to Ado-Awaye to provide power. We started with generator, but then we surmounted them.
I brought the Commissioner for Local Government here, asked him to join us. He complained about the road from the main Ado-Awaye road to the factory. Himself and the chairman of Isei Local Government, they will bring a request, an authority to incur expenditure for that road to be constructed. And I promise you, you must see a contractor mobilized to that road within the next 2 weeks.
The governor promised he was going to fix us a road, and he did. The farmers now can take their produce, not just cassava, they can easily move their produce to the town. These have really improved the livelihood of the people around it.
In Isei, Nigeria's first brown sugar factory is restoring the nation's sugar independence. Here, cane is milled, crushed, clarified, crystallized, and dried to produce premium brown sugar used nationwide. A facility of this size requires good roads, security, and access to raw materials, all strengthened through state government support.
I'm also one of the examples of Governor Makinde's attitude to investment. About 3 years ago, Sugar Council that was supposed to give us money to buy the remaining equipment refused to give us money to complete this place. I think that was the time the Excellency now got information about this place. So when he came here, I explained my plight to him. Makinde said no, Aba must complete his factory. And that's how the government came in. We are going to be producing about between 24 and 27 tons of brown sugar every day, then 18 metric tons of molasses. And our future plan is to increase the capacity from the present 350 to 1,000 metric tons of sugar intake per day, which means we will be using about 350,000 tons of sugar cane every year. If not somebody who loves investment, if not somebody who wants the state to progress, if not somebody who wants employment for his people in the state, he will not bother himself. So you can see for a whole state governor to come here without knowing me, without me being a big man, to come and meet me, a poor man. See development, it's not me alone.
From greenhouse cultivation to modern processing lines, Brown Hill Tomato is proving that fresh tomato can be grown, harvested, processed, and packaged without waste. Its controlled environment greenhouse ensure year-round production, a game changer for Nigeria's tomato market. In Fashola, Pepperetti transforms fresh chili and bell peppers from surrounding farms into premium pepper puree, chili paste, and ready-to-cook sauces. Using hygienic processing lines and airtight packaging, the company delivers consistent quality, longer shelf life, and reduced post-harvest losses, helping farmers secure stable markets and positioning Oyo State as a hub for high-value pepper products. Oyo State is also becoming a cashew processing destination. Nutslink Limited Factory and Grandier Agribusiness buy directly from farmers, sort, steam, crack, dry, and package export-grade cashew kernels. The value stays within the state, creating jobs, empowering farmers, and strengthening rural economies. Milking Ban represents a new era of dairy farming, from feed production to maize cultivation to herd management to chilling stations. The system is fully integrated.
What we have here is not very common. So what we've done here is to provide this farm where we can house these animals, grow the food that they eat here, feed them. Those corn silages were planted here, harvested here, and stored here for these animals. They are not just grazing openly everywhere. So we use the food, we feed them here, we inseminate them here on the farm with artificial insemination, and the results are all evident. Now we have brought a 12,000 milk collection center. We are bringing a 2x16 milking parlor. So that means every day, 15,000 liters of milk
will live here.
Fresh milk is collected daily and supplied to Friesland Campina Wamco, proving that Nigeria can produce quality milk competitively. To power modern agriculture, Niji Group manufactures equipment locally: tractors, harvesters, cassava peelers, and food processing machines.
Coming to Oyo State, I don't think I regret it. I think it's a good place to be. When you think of the business environment, government policies, and all those things, is very, very attractive to a kind of investors.
Innovation that used to be imported is now made in Oyo State.
Our equipment are foolproof. We design, we fabricate, and we sell to people. You can use some of our equipment for another 10, 20 years. You can only compare our equipment with the European standards.
Through the support of AATF, improved cassava varieties and technologies have reached thousands of farmers, raising yields and repositioning cassava as a true industrial crop.
This is evidence for all to see. To be honest, this is like bringing succor to the life of the rural farmers, even investors that want to come to Oyo State, because the enabling environment is already there, the facilities, the infrastructure that is needed to kickstart is already there. So our production process is unique because the machine is zero waste. We don't have any waste all through the processing cycle. As we all know, cassava is highly perishable crops because when you harvest, if you don't process within 3 days, then it starts to deteriorate. But one of the key benefits of this machine is because we are able to store the chips for a period of 6 months, even before we process into the final product, which is the HQ self. So it helps to curb post-harvest loss.
FarmFix is strengthening the rice value chain in Oyo State by aggregating paddy from organized rice clusters and processing it into a clean, stone-free premium rice. The company supports hundreds of farmers, creates steady jobs in aggregation, milling, packaging, and logistics, and ensures a reliable supply of locally processed rice for the Nigerian market. This growing ecosystem is reducing dependence on imports while boosting rural livelihoods and local food security.
So we choose Oyo State because of its strategic location, growing agribusiness ecosystem with access to key agribusiness value chain to drive modern and technology-based farming for the benefit of our farmers, our employees, and the downstream consumers. In the past 6 years, the current government has been able to put a lot of infrastructures in place, like road. We have so many roads that are linked to each other in Oyo State now, which is a plus for us. And currently, we have access from here to our farm, and it's also easy for us from the factory to connect to the markets.
At Awe and Akinyele, Amo Farms operates a tightly connected system. Maize and soybean farmers supply their feed mills. Feed sustains layers, broilers, and pure line breeders. Egg moves to hatcheries, producing millions of day-old chicks sold across Nigeria and exported regionally. Their nut noodle line processes chicken, beef, fish, and shrimp, all produced and packaged within Oyo State.
Our governor, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, is a promise keeper. He visited us, saw the deplorable conditions of our roads and the impact it was having on vehicles, cost of maintenance, inconvenience of the staff and all of that. And he promised there and then that he was going to fix that road. Quite honestly, I was a bit skeptical, but he did it. Without much fuss, that road was fixed. He keeps promises.
With over 2,700 employees and counting, Amo Farms is one of the state's strongest agribusiness anchors. These are not isolated achievements. They are outcomes of a clear strategy, one that aligns policy, infrastructure, research, and private investment. Oyo State is moving towards a billion-dollar agribusiness economy, a model for how government and the private sector can build prosperity together.
The whole world has seen it. Countries from outside Nigeria has come to visit the place. A state within Nigeria has been there. Even the president of another country has been there to see this proof of concept. And private sector that are there will bear a testimony to us as a state that in Oyo State, we honor our words. Between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the company alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have is saying we'll be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state, and they drive the system by themselves. We need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems, in terms of agriculture, will be well developed.
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after two major agricultural summits and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness. We extrayed the position that Oyo State was on agriculture at that particular point in time. We also examined the gaps, that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment. That led us to what we have today as Oyo State Agribusiness Development Strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding the approach we are adopting on agriculture and agribusiness in the state today.
Guided by political will and coordinated through OYSADA, Oyo State is building one of the strongest agribusiness ecosystem in Nigeria today. From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
Our administration did not stumble onto the decision of re-engineering agribusiness development in Oyo State and transforming the state from a sleepy agrarian community into a thriving agribusiness hub. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
In Ado-Awaye, Sotri International turned cassava into a global standard industrial product, sorbitol, the first of its kind in Africa. Today, a vast network of cassava-producing communities consistently supplies the factory.
The farmers are in the center stage of our business, and the whole motive is to transform them into commercial farmers. So as the company is growing, the farmers are supposed to transform from being small to medium and then being large.
Every truck of roots is washed, chipped, liquefied, filtered, and transformed into high-grade sorbitol used for food, beverage, and pharmaceutical companies. This is a value addition at an industrial scale, powered by rural farmers and supported by an enabling environment.
A lot of challenges, from road to water to electricity, because it was forest. We had to bring power all over from Seyi to Ado-Awaye to provide power. We started with generator, but then we surmounted them.
I brought the Commissioner for Local Government here, asked him to join us. He complained about the road from the main Ado-Awaye road to the factory. Himself and the chairman of the Seyi local government, they will bring a request, an authority to incur expenditure for that road to be constructed. And I promise you, you must see a contractor mobilized to that road within the next 2 weeks.
The governor promised he was going to fix us the road, and he did. The farmers now can take their produce, not just cassava, they can easily move their produce to the town. These have really improved the livelihood of the people around here.
In Iseyin, Nigeria's first brown sugar factory is restoring the nation's sugar independence. Here, cane is milled, crushed, clarified, crystallized, and dried to produce premium brown sugar used nationwide. A facility of this size requires good roads, security, and access to raw materials, all strengthened through state government support.
I'm also one of the examples of Governor Makinde's attitude to investment. About 3 years ago, Sugar Council that was supposed to give us money to buy the remaining equipment refused to give us money to complete this place. I think that was the time the Excellency now got information about this place. So when he came here, I explained my plight to him. Makinde said no, Aba must complete his factory. And that's how the government came in. We are going to be producing about between 24 and 27 tons of brown sugar every day, then 18 metric tons of molasses. And our future plan is to increase the capacity from the present 350 to 1,000 metric tons of sugar intake per day, which means we will be using about 350,000 tons of sugarcane every year. If not somebody who loves investment, if not somebody who wants the state to progress, if not somebody who wants employment for his people in the state, he will not bother himself. So you can see for a whole state governor to come here without knowing me, without me being a big man, to come and meet me, a poor man. See development, it's not me alone.
From greenhouse cultivation to modern processing lines, Brown Hill Tomato is proving that fresh tomato can be grown, harvested, processed, and packaged without waste. Its controlled environment greenhouse ensure year-round production, a game changer for Nigeria's tomato market. In Fashola, Pepperetti transforms fresh chili and bell peppers from surrounding farms into premium pepper puree, chili paste, and ready-to-cook sauces. Using hygienic processing lines and airtight packaging, the company delivers consistent quality, longer shelf life, and reduced post-harvest losses, helping farmers secure stable market and positioning Oyo State as a hub for high-value pepper product. Oyo State is also becoming a cashew processing destination. Nutslink Limited Factory and Grandier Agribusiness buy directly from farmers, sort, steam, crack, dry, and package export-grade cashew kernels. The value stays within the state, creating jobs, empowering farmers, and strengthening rural economies. Milking Ban represents a new era of dairy farming, from feed production to maize cultivation to herd management to chilling stations. The system is fully integrated.
What we have here is not very common. So what we've done here is to provide this farm where we can house these animals, grow the food that they eat here, feed them. Those corn silages were planted here, harvested here, and stored here for these animals. They are not just grazing openly everywhere. So we use the food, we feed them here, we inseminate them here on the farm with artificial insemination, and the results are all evident. Now we have brought a 12,000 milk collection center. We are bringing a 2x16 milking parlor. So that means every day, 15,000 liters of milk will live here.
Fresh milk is collected daily and supplied to Friesland Campina Wamco, proving that Nigeria can produce quality milk competitively. To power modern agriculture, Niji Group manufactures equipment locally. Tractors, harvesters, cassava peelers, and food processing machines.
Coming to Oyo State, I don't think I regret it. I think it's a good place to be. When you think of the business environment, government policies, and all those things is very, very attractive to a kind of investors.
Innovation that used to be imported is now made in Oyo State.
Our equipment are foolproof. We design, we fabricate, and we sell to people. You can use some of our equipment for another 10, 20 years. You can only compare our equipment with the European standards.
Through the support of AATF, improved cassava varieties and technologies have reached thousands of farmers, raising yields and repositioning cassava as a true industrial crop.
This is evidence for all to see. To be honest, this is like bringing succor to the life of the rural farmers, even investors that want to come to Oyo State, because the enabling environment is already there, the facilities and infrastructure that is needed to kickstart is already there. So our production process is unique because the machine is zero waste. We don't have any waste all through the processing cycle. As we all know, cassava is highly perishable crops because when you harvest, if you don't process within 3 days, then it starts to deteriorate. But one of the key benefits of this machine is because we are able to store the chips for a period of 6 months, even before we process into the final product, which is the HQ self. So it helps to curb post-harvest loss.
FarmFix is strengthening the rice value chain in Oyo State by aggregating paddy from organized rice clusters and processing it into a clean, stone-free premium rice. The company supports hundreds of farmers, creates steady jobs in aggregation, milling, packaging, and logistics, and ensures a reliable supply of locally processed rice for the Nigerian market. This growing ecosystem is reducing dependence on imports while boosting rural livelihoods and local food security.
So we choose Oyo State because of its strategic location, growing agribusiness ecosystem with access to key agribusiness value chain to drive modern and technology-based farming for the benefit of our farmers, our employees, and the downstream consumers. In the past 6 years, the current government has been able to put a lot of infrastructures in place, like road. We have so many roads that are linked to each other in Oyo State now, which is a plus for us. And currently, we have access from here to our farm, and it's also easy for us from the factory to connect to the markets.
At Awe and Akinyele, Amo Farms operates a tightly connected system. Maize and soybean farmers supply their feed mills. Feed sustains layers, broilers, and pure line breeders. Egg moves to hatcheries, producing millions of day-old chicks sold across Nigeria and exported regionally. Their nut noodle line processes chicken, beef, fish, and shrimp, all produced and packaged within Oyo State.
Our governor, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, is a promise keeper. He visited us, saw the deplorable conditions of our roads and the impact it was having on vehicles, cost of maintenance, inconvenience of the staff and all of that. And he promised there and then that he was going to fix that road. Quite honestly, I was a bit skeptical, but he did it. Without much fuss, that road was fixed. He keeps promises.
With over 2,700 employees and counting, Amo Farms is one of the state's strongest agribusiness anchors. These are not isolated achievements. They are outcomes of a clear strategy, one that aligns policy, infrastructure, research, and private investment. Oyo State is moving towards a $1 billion agribusiness economy, a model for how government and the private sector can build prosperity together.
The whole world has seen it. Countries from outside Nigeria has come to visit the place. A state within Nigeria has been there. Even the president of another country has been there to see this proof of concept. And private sector that are there will be a testimony to us as a state that in Oyo State, we honor our words. Between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the company alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have at Iseyin will be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state, and they drive the system by themselves. They will need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems, in terms of agriculture, will be well developed.
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after two major agricultural summits and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness. We extrayed the position that Oyo State was on agriculture at that particular point in time. We also examined the gaps, that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment. That led us to what we have today as Oyo State Agribusiness Development Strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding the approach we are adopting on agriculture and agribusiness in the state today.
Guided by political will and coordinated through OYSADA, Oyo State is building one of the strongest agribusiness ecosystem in Nigeria today. From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
Our administration did not stumble onto the decision of re-engineering agribusiness development in Oyo State and transforming the state from a sleepy agrarian community into a thriving agribusiness hub. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
In Ado-Awaye, Sotri International turned cassava into a global standard industrial product, sorbitol, the first of its kind in Africa. Today, a vast network of cassava producing communities consistently supplies the factory.
The farmers are in the center stage of our business, and the whole motive is to transform them into commercial farmers. So as the company is growing, the farmers are supposed to transform from being small to medium and then being large.
Every truck of roots is washed, chipped, liquefied, filtered, and transformed into high-grade sorbitol used for food, beverage, and pharmaceutical companies. This is a value addition at an industrial scale, powered by rural farmers and supported by an enabling environment.
A lot of challenges, from road to water to electricity, because it was forest. We had to bring power all over from Iseyin to Ado-Awaye to provide power. We started with generator, but then we surmounted them.
I brought the Commissioner for Local Government here, asking him to join us. He complained about the road from the main Ado-Awaye road to the factory. Himself and the chairman of the Seyi local government, they will bring a request, an authority to incur expenditure for that road to be constructed. And I promise you, you must see a contractor mobilized to that road within the next 2 weeks.
The governor promised he was going to fix us a road, and he did. The farmers now can take their produce, not just cassava, they can easily move their produce to the town. These have really improved the livelihood of the people around me.
In Iseyin, Nigeria's first brown sugar factory is restoring the nation's sugar independence. Here, cane is milled, crushed, clarified, crystallized, and dried to produce premium brown sugar used nationwide. A facility of this size requires good roads, security, and access to raw materials, all strengthened through state government support.
I'm also one of the examples of Governor Makinde's attitude to investment. About 3 years ago, Sugar Council that was supposed to give us money to buy the remaining equipment refused to give us money to complete this place. I think that was the time the Excellency now got information about this place. So when he came here, I explained my plight to him. Makinde said no, Aba must complete his factory. And that's how the government came in. We are going to be producing about between 24 and 27 tons of brown sugar every day, then 18 metric tons of molasses. And our future plan is to increase the capacity from the present 350 to 1,000 metric tons of sugar intake per day, which means we will be using about 350,000 tons of sugarcane every year. If not somebody who loves investment, if not somebody who wants the state to progress, if not somebody who wants employment for his people in the state, he will not bother himself. So you can see for a whole state governor to come here without knowing me, without me being a big man, to come and meet me, a poor man. See development, it's not me alone.
From greenhouse cultivation to modern processing lines, brown hill tomato is proving that fresh tomato can be grown, harvested, processed, and packaged without waste. Its controlled environment greenhouse ensure year-round production, a game changer for Nigeria's tomato market. In Fashola, Peppereti transforms fresh chili and bell peppers from surrounding farms into premium pepper puree, chili paste, and ready-to-cook sauces. Using hygienic processing lines and airtight packaging, the company delivers consistent quality, longer shelf life, and reduced post-harvest losses, helping farmers secure stable market and positioning Oyo State as a hub for high-value pepper products. Oyo State is also becoming a cashew processing destination. Nutslink Limited Factory and Grandier Agribusiness buy directly from farmers, sort, steam, crack, dry, and package export-grade cashew kernels. The value stays within the state, creating jobs, empowering farmers, and strengthening rural economies. Milking Ban represents a new era of dairy farming, from feed production to maize cultivation to herd management to chilling stations. The system is fully integrated.
What we have here is not very common. So what we've done here is to provide this farm where we can house these animals, grow the food that they eat here, feed them. Those corn silages were planted here, harvested here, and stored here for these animals. They are not just grazing openly everywhere. So we use the food, we feed them here, we inseminate them here on the farm with artificial insemination, and the results are all evident. Now we have brought a 12,000 milk collection center. We are bringing a 2x16 milking parlor. So that means every day, 15,000 liters of milk will live here.
Fresh milk is collected daily and supplied to Friesland Campina Wamco, proving that Nigeria can produce quality milk competitively. To power modern agriculture, Neji Group manufactures equipment locally: tractors, harvesters, cassava peelers, and food processing machines.
Coming to Oyo State, I don't think I regret it. I think it's a good place to be. When you think of the business environment, government policies, and all those things, is very, very attractive to a kind of investors.
Innovation that used to be imported is now made in Oyo State.
Our equipment are foolproof. We design, we fabricate, and we sell to people. You can use some of our equipment for another 10, 20 years. You can only compare our equipment with the European standards.
Through the support of AATF, improved cassava varieties and technologies have reached thousands of farmers, raising yields and repositioning cassava as a true industrial crop.
This is evidence for all to see. To be honest, this is like bringing succor to the life of the rural farmers, even investors that want to come to Oyo State, because the enabling environment is already there, the facilities and infrastructure that is needed to kickstart is already there. So our production process is unique because the machine is zero waste. We don't have any waste all through the processing cycle. As we all know, cassava is highly perishable crops because when you harvest, if you don't process within 3 days, then it starts to deteriorate. But one of the key benefits of this machine is because we are able to store the chips for a period of 6 months, even before we process into the final product, which is the HQCF. So it helps to curb post-harvest loss.
FarmFix is strengthening the rice value chain in Oyo State by aggregating paddy from organized rice clusters and processing it into a clean, stone-free premium rice. The company supports hundreds of farmers, creates steady jobs in aggregation, milling, packaging, and logistics, and ensures a reliable supply of locally processed rice for the Nigerian market. This growing ecosystem is reducing dependence on imports while boosting rural livelihoods and local food security.
So we choose Oyo State because of its strategic location, growing agribusiness ecosystem with access to key agribusiness value chain to drive modern and technology-based farming for the benefit of our farmers, our employees, and the downstream consumers. In the past 6 years, the current government has been able to put a lot of infrastructures in place, like road. We have so many roads that are linked to each other in Oyo State now, which is a plus for us. And currently, we have access from here to our farm, and it's also easy for us from the factory to connect to the markets.
At Awe and Akinyele, Amo Farms operates a tightly connected system. Maize and soybean farmers supply their feed mills. Feed sustains layers, broilers, and pure line breeders. Egg moves to hatcheries, producing millions of day-old chicks sold across Nigeria and exported regionally. Their nut noodle line processes chicken, beef, fish, and shrimp, all produced and packaged within Oyo State.
Our governor, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, is a promise keeper. He visited us, saw the deplorable conditions of our roads and the impact it was having on vehicles, cost of maintenance, inconvenience of the staff and all of that. And he promised there and then that he was going to fix that road. Quite honestly, I was a bit skeptical, but he did it. Without much fuss, that road was fixed. He keeps promises.
With over 2,700 employees and counting, Amo Farms is one of the state's strongest agribusiness anchors. These are not isolated achievements. They are outcomes of a clear strategy, one that aligns policy, infrastructure, research, and private investment. Oyo State is moving towards a billion-dollar agribusiness economy, a model for how government and the private sector can build prosperity together.
The whole world has seen it. Countries from outside Nigeria has come to visit the place. A state within Nigeria has been there. Even the president of another country has been there to see this proof of concept. And private sector that are there will be a testimony to us as a state that in Oyo State, we honor our words. Between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the companies alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have at Eseyi will be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state, and they drive the system by themselves. We need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems, in terms of agriculture, will be well developed.
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after two major agricultural summits and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness. We extrayed the position that Oyo State was on agriculture at that particular point in time. We also examined the gaps, that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment. And that led us to what we have today as Oyo State Agribusiness Development Strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding the approach we are adopting on agriculture and agribusiness in the state today.
Guided by political will and coordinated through OYSADA, Oyo State is building one of the strongest agribusiness ecosystem in Nigeria today. From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
Our administration did not stumble onto the decision of re-engineering agribusiness development in Oyo State and transforming the state from a sleepy agrarian community into a thriving agribusiness hub. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
In Ado-Awaye, Sotri International turned cassava into a global standard industrial product, sorbitol, the first of its kind in Africa. Today, a vast network of cassava producing communities consistently supplies the factory.
The farmers are in the center stage of our business, and the whole motive is to transform them into commercial farmers. So as the company is growing, the farmers are supposed to transform from being small to medium and then being large.
Every truck of roots is washed, chipped, liquefied, filtered, and transformed into high-grade sorbitol used for food, beverage, and pharmaceutical companies. This is a value addition at an industrial scale, powered by rural farmers and supported by an enabling environment.
A lot of challenges, from road to water to electricity, because it was forest. We had to bring power all over from Eseyi to Ado-Awaye to provide power. We started with generator, but then we surmounted them.
I brought the Commissioner for Local Government here, asked him to join us. He complained about the road from the main Ado-Awaye road to the factory. Himself and the chairman of Eseyi Local Government they will bring a request, an authority to incur expenditure for that road to be constructed. And I promise you, you must see a contractor mobilized to that road within the next 2 weeks.
The governor promised he was going to fix us the road, and he did. The farmers now can take their produce, not just cassava, they can easily move their produce to the town. These have really improved the livelihood of the people around here.
In Iseyin, Nigeria's first brown sugar factory is restoring the nation's sugar independence. Here, cane is milled, crushed, clarified, crystallized, and dried to produce premium brown sugar used nationwide. A facility of this size requires good roads, security, and access to raw materials, all strengthened through state government support.
I'm also one of the examples of Governor Makinde's attitude to investment. About 3 years ago, Sugar Council that was supposed to give us money to buy the remaining equipment refused to give us money to complete this place. I think that was the time the Excellency now got information about this place. So when he came here, I explained my plight to him. Makinde said no, Aba must complete his factory. And that's how the government came in. We are going to be producing about between 24 and 27 tons of brown sugar every day, then 18 metric tons of molasses. And our future plan is to increase the capacity from the present 350 to 1,000 metric tons of sugar intake per day, which means we will be using about 350,000 tons of sugarcane every year. If not somebody who loves investment, if not somebody who wants the state to progress, if not somebody who wants employment for his people in the state, he will not bother himself. So you can see for a whole state governor to come here without knowing me, without me being a big man, to come and meet me, a poor man. See development, it's not me alone.
From greenhouse cultivation to modern processing lines, brown hill tomato is proving that fresh tomato can be grown, harvested, processed, and packaged without waste. Its controlled environment greenhouse ensure year-round production, a game changer for Nigeria's tomato market. In Fashola, Pepperetti transforms fresh chili and bell peppers from surrounding farms into premium pepper puree, chili paste, and ready-to-cook sauces. Using hygienic processing lines and airtight packaging, the company delivers consistent quality, longer shelf life, and reduced post-harvest losses, helping farmers secure stable markets and positioning Oyo State as a hub for high-value pepper products. Oyo State is also becoming a cashew processing destination. Nutslink Limited Factory and Grandier Agribusiness buy directly from farmers, sort, steam, crack, dry, and package export-grade cashew kernels. The value stays within the state, creating jobs, empowering farmers, and strengthening rural economies. Milking Ban represents a new era of dairy farming, from feed production to maize cultivation to herd management to chilling stations. The system is fully integrated.
What we have here is not very common. So what we've done here is to provide this farm where we can house these animals, grow the food that they eat here, feed them. Those corn silages were planted here, harvested here, and stored here for these animals. They are not just grazing openly everywhere. So we use the food, we feed them here, we inseminate them here on the farm with artificial insemination, and the results are all evident. Now we have brought a 12,000 milk collection center. We are bringing a 2x16 milking parlor. So that means every day, 15,000 liters of milk will live here.
Fresh milk is collected daily and supplied to Friesland Campina Wamco, proving that Nigeria can produce quality milk competitively. To power modern agriculture, Neji Group manufactures equipment locally. Tractors, harvesters, cassava peelers, and food processing machines.
Coming to Oyo State, I don't think I regret it. I think it's a good place to be. When you think of the business environment, government policies, and all those things is very, very attractive to a kind of investors.
Innovation that used to be imported is now made in Oyo State.
Our equipment are foolproof. We design, we fabricate, and we sell to people. You can use some of our equipment for another 10, 20 years. You can only compare our equipment with the European standards.
Through the support of AATF, improved cassava varieties and technologies have reached thousands of farmers, raising yields and repositioning.
All through the processing cycle. As we all know, cassava is highly perishable crops because when you harvest, if you don't process within 3 days, then it starts to deteriorate. But one of the key benefits of this machine is because we are able to store the chips for a period of 6 months, even before we process into the final product, which is the HQ self. So it helps to curb post-harvest loss.
FarmFix is strengthening the rice value chain in Oyo State by aggregating paddy from organized rice clusters and processing it into a clean, stone-free premium rice. The company supports hundreds of farmers, creates steady jobs in aggregation, milling, packaging, and logistics, and ensures a reliable supply of locally processed rice for the Nigerian market. This growing ecosystem is reducing dependence on imports while boosting rural livelihoods and local food security.
So we choose Oyo State because of its strategic location, growing agribusiness ecosystem with access to key agribusiness value chain to drive modern and technology-based farming for the benefit of our farmers, our employees, and the downstream consumers. In the past 6 years, the current government has been able to put a lot of infrastructures in place, like road. We have so many roads that are linked to each other in Oyo State now, which is a plus for us. And currently, we have access from here to our farm, and it's also easy for us from the factory to connect to the markets.
At Awe and Akinyele, Amo Farms operates a tightly connected system. Maize and soybean farmers.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished delegates and invited guests. Welcome and thank you for coming to the exhibition center to see what happened there. The next item on our program at this time, I'm asked to inform you that the next item is for us to have a lunch. And the lunch is taking place at I House, somewhere around here, up this way, if you go out. So the ushers are outside. They're going to guide you to the place. The ladies in green and black pants there will guide you to the point where you're going to have your lunch. So let's please rise and follow those ladies there for lunch. I'll see you in a bit. Good afternoon.
processes chicken, beef, fish, and shrimp, all produced and packaged within Oyo State.
Our governor, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, is a promise keeper. He visited us, saw the deplorable conditions of our roads and the impact it was having on vehicles, cost of maintenance, inconvenience of the staff and all of that. And he promised there and then that he was going to fix that road. Quite honestly, I was a bit skeptical, but he did it. Without much fuss, that road was fixed. He keeps promises.
With over 2,700 employees and counting, Amo Farms is one of the state's strongest agribusiness anchors. These are not isolated achievements. They are outcomes of a clear strategy, one that aligns policy, infrastructure, research, and private investment. Oyo State is moving towards a billion-dollar agribusiness economy, a model for how government and the private sector can build prosperity together.
The whole world has seen it. Countries from outside Nigeria has come to visit the place. A state within Nigeria has been there. Even the president of another country has been there to see this proof of concept. And private sector that are there will be a testimony to us as a state that in Oyo State, we honor our words. Between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the company alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have at Eseyi will be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state and they drive the system by themselves. They will need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems in terms of agriculture will be well developed.
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after two major agricultural summits and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness.
Please, if you have not had lunch, you can proceed to the High House to take your lunch now. This is the best time to have your lunch. Okay? For VVIP, there's a section. For every other person, there's a section. Just enter and eat. So please, do the needful as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
between 2019 and today, we can point to nothing less than around 16 new agricultural factories that has been established in Oyo State. One of the company alone is supporting 3,000 cassava producers. The sugarcane factory that we have at Iseyin will be working with close to over 1,000 farmers as well. And that is the strategy that we want to adopt in the state, to create a system of a demand-driven, whereby industries are built all over the regions of the state, and they drive the system by themselves. They will need resources to process their product, and those resources will be gotten from us. And what that means is that our systems in terms of agriculture will be well developed.
Oyo State journey into agricultural industrialization did not happen by chance. It began with a deliberate strategy crafted after two major agricultural summits and years of consultation with farmers, investors, and development partners.
The first internal stakeholders meeting that was done in Oyo State was on agribusiness. We extracted the position that Oyo State was on agriculture at that particular point in time. We also examined the gaps, that are existing, and then we conducted a need assessment. That led us to what we have today as Oyo State Agribusiness Development Strategy, which we have as a document that is guiding the approach we are adopting on agriculture and agribusiness in the state today.
Guided by political will and coordinated through OYSADA, Oyo State is building one of the strongest agribusiness ecosystem in Nigeria today. From cassava to dairy, from poultry to mechanization, the results are visible and measurable.
Our administration did not stumble onto the decision of re-engineering agribusiness development in Oyo State and transforming the state from a sleepy agrarian community into a thriving agribusiness hub. Our efforts are a result of careful planning and strategic thinking.
In Ado-Awaye, Sotri International turned cassava into a global standard industrial product, sorbitol, the first of its kind in Africa. Today, a vast network of cassava producing communities consistently supplies the factory.
The farmers are in the center stage of our business, and the whole motive is to transform them into commercial farmers. So as the company is growing, the farmers are supposed to transform from being small to medium and then being large.
Every truck of roots is washed, chipped, liquefied, filtered, and transformed into high-grade sorbitol used for food, beverage, and pharmaceutical companies. This is a value addition at an industrial scale, powered by rural farmers and supported by an enabling environment.
A lot of challenges, from road to water to electricity, because it was forest. We had to bring power all over from Iseyin to Ado-Awaye to provide power. We started with generator, but then we surmounted them.
I brought the Commissioner for Local Government here, asked him to join us. He complained about the road from the main Ado-Awaye road to the factory. Himself and the chairman of Iseyin Local Government, they will bring a request, an authority to incur expenditure for that road to be constructed. And I promise you, you must see a contractor mobilized to that road within the next 2 weeks.
The governor promised he was going to fix us a road, and he did. The farmers now can take their produce, not just cassava, they can easily move their produce to the town. These have really improved the livelihood of the people around it.
In Iseyin, Nigeria's first brown sugar factory is restoring the nation's sugar independence. Here, cane is milled, crushed, clarified, crystallized, and dried to produce premium brown sugar used nationwide. A facility of this size requires good roads, security, and access to raw materials, all strengthened through state government support.
I'm also one of the examples of Governor Makinde's attitude to investment. About 3 years ago, Sugar Council that was supposed to give us money to buy the remaining equipment refused to give us money to complete this place. I think that was the time the Excellency now got information about this place. So when he came here, I explained my plight to him. Makinde said no, Aba must complete his factory. And that's how the government came in. We are going to be producing about between 24 and 27 tons of brown sugar every day, then 18 metric tons of molasses. And our future plan is to increase the capacity from the present 350 to 1,000 metric tons of sugar intake per day, which means we will be using about 350,000 tons of sugarcane every year. If not somebody who lost investment, if not somebody who wants the state to progress, if not somebody who wants employment for his people in the state, he will not bother himself. So you can see for a whole state governor to come here without knowing me, without me being a big man, to come and meet me, a poor man. See development, it's not me alone.
From greenhouse cultivation to modern processing lines, Brown Hill Tomato is proving that fresh tomato can be grown, harvested, processed, and packaged without waste. Its controlled environment greenhouse ensure year-round production, a game changer for Nigeria's tomato market. In Fashola, Pepperetti transforms fresh chili and bell peppers from surrounding farms into premium pepper puree, chili paste, and ready-to-cook sauces. Using hygienic processing lines and airtight packaging, the company delivers consistent quality, longer shelf life, and reduced post-harvest losses, helping farmers secure stable market and positioning Oyo State as a hub for high-value pepper product. Oyo State is also becoming a cashew processing destination. Nutslink Limited Factory and Grandier Agribusiness buy directly from farmers, sort, steam, crack, dry, and package export-grade cashew kernels. The value stays within the state, creating jobs, empowering farmers, and strengthening rural economies. Milking Ban represents a new era of dairy farming, from feed production to maize cultivation to herd management to chilling stations. The system is fully integrated.
What we have here is not very common. So what we've done here is to provide this farm where we can house these animals, grow the food that they eat here, feed them. Those corn silages were planted here, harvested here, and stored here for these animals. They are not just grazing openly everywhere. So we use the food, we feed them here, we inseminate them here on the farm with artificial insemination, and the results are all evident. Now we have brought a 12,000 milk collection center. We are bringing a 2x16 milking parlor. So that means every day 15,000 liters of milk will live here.
Fresh milk is collected daily and supplied to Friesland Campina Wamco, proving that Nigeria can produce quality milk competitively. To power modern agriculture, Niji Group manufactures equipment locally. Tractors, harvesters, cassava peelers, and food processing machines.
Coming to Oyo State, I don't think I regret it. I think it's a good place to be. When you think of the business environment, government policies, and all those things is very, very attractive to a kind of investors.
Innovation that used to be imported is now made in Oyo State.
Our equipment are foolproof. We design, we fabricate, and we sell to people. You can use some of our equipment for another 10, 20 years. You can only compare our equipment with the European standards.
Through the support of AATF, improved cassava varieties and technologies have reached thousands of farmers, raising yields and repositioning cassava as a true industrial crop.
This is evidence for all to see. To be honest, this is like bringing sucor the life of the rural farmers, even investors that want to come to Oyo State, because the enabling environment is already there, the facilities and infrastructure that is needed to kickstart is already there. So our production process is unique because the machine is zero waste. We don't have any waste all through the processing cycle. As we all know, cassava is highly perishable crops because when you harvest, if you don't process within 3 days, then it starts to deteriorate. But one of the key benefits of this machine is because we are able to store the chips for a period of 6 months, even before we process into the final product, which is the HQ self. So it helps to curb post-harvest loss.
FarmFix is strengthening the rice value chain in Oyo State by aggregating paddy from organized rice clusters and processing it into a clean, stone-free premium rice. The company supports hundreds of farmers, creates steady jobs in aggregation, milling, packaging, and logistics, and ensures a reliable supply of locally processed rice for the Nigerian market. This growing ecosystem is reducing dependence on imports while boosting rural livelihoods and local food security.
So we choose Oyo State because of its strategic location, growing agribusiness ecosystem with access to key agribusiness value chain to drive modern and technology-based farming for the benefit of our farmers, our employees, and the downstream consumers. In the past 6 years, the current government has been able to put a lot of infrastructures in place, like road. We have so many roads that are linked to each other in Oyo State now, which is a plus for us. And currently, we have access from here to our farm, and it's also easy for us from the factory to connect to the markets.
At Awe and Akinyele, Amo Farms operates a tightly connected system. Maize and soybean farmers supply their feed mills. Feed sustains layers, broilers, and pure line breeders. Egg moves to hatcheries, producing millions of day-old chicks sold across Nigeria and exported regionally. Their nut noodle line processes chicken, beef, fish, and shrimp, all produced and packaged within Oyo State.
Our governor, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, is a promise keeper. He visited us, saw the deplorable conditions of our roads and the impact it was having on vehicles, cost of maintenance, inconvenience of the staff and all of that. And he promised there and then that he was going to fix that road. Quite honestly, I was a bit skeptical, but he did it. Without much fuss, that road was fixed. He keeps promises.
With over 2,700 employees and counting, Amo Farms is one of the state's strongest agribusiness anchors. These are not isolated achievements. They are outcomes of a clear strategy, one that aligns policy, infrastructure, research, and private investment. Oyo State is moving towards a billion-dollar agribusiness economy, a model for how government and the private sector can build prosperity together.
The whole world has seen it. Countries from outside Nigeria has come to visit the place. A state within Nigeria has been there. Even the president of another country has been there to see this proof of concept. And private sector that are there will be a testimony to us as a state that in Oyo State, we honor our words.
Welcome back to the second segment of today's summit. Please, if you notice your friend or latest acquaintance who sat with you all morning is not here yet, kindly help reach out to them. Maybe a phone call, a text message. Let's rally people back. I know we had a sumptuous meal. I can see people using toothpick. So it means the food went well. Thank you for confirming it, my sister. It's one of the things we get as feedback at such events. Sometimes we ask people, how was the food? Should I ask? Open mic. So how was the food? Thumbs up. Thank you. Another thumbs up. Thank you. Another thumbs up. Okay. Another thumbs up. Okay. Okay. It's very good. Was very, very good. Thank you very much. So the food was nice. All right. So please help reach out to those who might still be enjoying the very good food. So that we can conclude today's session. We need to move on. And we're really, time is not our friend. We have quite a number of sessions, presentations, and panel sessions to handle today. So please reach out. I can see Professor Banji Oyelara Oyelaki. So he's taking the next presentation and he's here already. I think we, the people, just need to locate ourselves and find our way here. While we wait for the others, kindly reach out to those who you know are not yet here. The speaker for the next session, next presentation is here already. So we do not have to wait too long. At least we'll still have a number of empty chairs. So be your brother's keeper, be your sister's keeper, reach out. Let's call them back in. Let's get as many people back into the hall as possible. Time check, 11 minutes past 3. So let's get people back. As many people as possible. I would really appreciate it if some ushers can be deployed to the High House to help us rally people back here. If you can deploy like 3 or 4 ushers. Prof is here already. You're welcome, sir. Professor Banji Oyelara Oyeyinka. He'll be taking the next session and he's here already. We just need to be ready. So please, ushers, if you can have 2 or 3 people at the High House, please get them here. You know, at such events, sometimes people who pay a lot, they want to eat a lot so that they can get value for their food, for their money. I want to believe everybody seated here is not like that because you are here already. So Prof is here, let's get ready. Please get ready. Please get ready. And please note that for this second segment, you will most likely not be seeing my face. The person that will be in charge of this second segment is here already. And I would like to invite to the microphone Oluwaseun Akinola as he takes us forward in this second segment. Kindly please appreciate my colleague, please.
All right, like my colleague said, if you could just please help call your colleagues, your friends, your acquaintances who were sitting beside you earlier so we can get started. The DG OYSADA is in the building. You can see some of the dignitaries also coming in. We will start in a moment, so we invite the speaker for the next presentation coming over. Yeah. So, oh, okay. No, this one, this is mine. Which one is one? This one. Let me have a look at this. Okay. Okay, I guess the room is getting bigger, and we appreciate you for being here. So the next session is starting right now. As we said, Professor is set, and the lady, who is the distinguished lady who is going to anchor the next session, will be coming to the podium in a moment. Once again, I'd like to welcome you to the second part of the Oyo State International Agribusiness Summit 2025. I'd like to keep the room warm. Can we give ourselves a round of applause and welcome each other? Let's do that. All right, thank you very much. And I also would love to see you speak to someone beside you and welcome them very warmly. So the next item is going to be led by no other than the one who's in charge of Silver Wolf. She's one who has coordinated a lot of international conferences that I have been part of. And I'd like to welcome Abigail right here. Abigail Brown, please. Let's make her welcome. She's just stepping forward now. A round of applause for Abigail as she's stepping forward. Can you clap, please? Can you clap and welcome her? Welcome, Abigail.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abigail Anaba. I lead communications for the Oyo State government. Communication consultant for the Oyo State government. Please, if you could move forward so that we do not have empty seats in front and people just sitting behind, that would be really nice. Thank you very much. We're going to be taking, as part of the next session, a presentation by Professor Banji Oyelaron Oyeyinka. He is the senior special advisor. Okay, I don't think that's correct. He is a development economist and visiting professor, Open University, Milton Keynes, UK, and former senior special advisor to the president, AFDB. He's going to be making a presentation on agricultural industrialization. After he makes his presentation, he will take a seat, and then we'll invite the other members of this panel to join him as they discuss agricultural industrialization. But first, we'll have Professor Banji Oyelaron Oyeyinka to make his presentation. You're welcome, sir.
She's right now, Abby. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Debo Akonde, my friend, brother. Thanks to all the members of Oyo State Cabinet, our governor, and all the people who facilitated this wonderful meeting. I'll be speaking to you on industrializing agriculture. That's a topic given to me, and I think it's most appropriate. And of course, the foundation has been laid this morning, showing all of the things that are going on in the state. The articulation by Dr. Akonde and others show that this is the way to go. Now, I'll just read it and quickly, so that I don't, Professor, I'll speak for 2 hours. So I'll just read it quickly in about 15 minutes, and I'll be sliding the slide so you can see what's up there. Honored guests, distinguished colleagues, fellow citizens, we stand today at a crucial crossroads in our nation's history. We are blessed with fertile, vast, arable, vibrant, and growing workforce and climate that allow life to flourish. Yes, we face a paradox, a nation that can feed itself and others, but still struggling with food insecurity and an economy that is reliant on a single commodity, which is crude oil. While Nigeria is the largest producer of several things like cassava, yam, cowpea, it remains a food deficit nation. Importing fish, importing wheat, importing rice, and you heard the governor said this morning, this policy inconsistency. Over ₦1 trillion in terms of imports, and it's hurting our economy. And anyone who asks you to keep importing food is not your friend. And I am happy that the gentleman who responded this morning responded very well. So it's hurting us because we are importing too much, weakening our currency. We need to become competitive, moving into agro-processing, ready-made garments, renewable energy, biomass, all of which rely on agricultural system for backward linkages. The path is not a mystery. It's not a mystery. is a path that we have walked before in other sectors, but never fully in the one that sustains life itself, which is agriculture. The topic I address today is not just an option then, it's an imperative, industrializing agriculture for economic development. So what it is moving, industrializing culture means, it doesn't mean what some people imagine, some vast soulless factories replacing our cherished rural landscape. This is a misunderstanding. Industrial agriculture does not mean erasing our roots. It means transformation and empowering our roots and turning them into greater productivity. It means moving from subsistence to a system of surplus, from being a way of life to being a wealth-creating enterprise. Subsistence agriculture is a manifestation of technological backwardness. There's no question about it. You heard the lady said in 1600 they were already having something close to industrial agriculture. So if someone tells you today that you should stay with hoe and cutlass, he's not your friend. So it's a misunderstanding. The glorification of everything small or everything rural, of everything that is even peri-urban, we need to begin to change the narrative. Modern agriculture, therefore, does not exist in a vacuum. It requires a foundational framework consisting of about 5 different things. One is energy, and today now you see AI with huge data centers. I saw a figure 2 months ago. Some data centers consume more energy than the whole of France. How are we going to get there? We can't even provide bulbs for people in the rural areas. Data centers for AI. This AI you see, each time you begin to do chat GPT, the kind of energy it consumes is just mind-blowing. Google is going to build a $500 billion power to generate AI. Connectivity, high-speed internet, logistics is being talked a lot about today, efficient roads and ports, and other things that supports transportation. In all of history, and this point needs to be made, agriculture triggered industrialization in all of history. And this is what I've studied for more than 30 years. The transition from a low-income economy to a middle-income economy, therefore, takes place when traditional agriculture entered the early stages of industrialization and is still creating jobs. You still have your textile, garment, ready-made garment, and so forth. What you have done effectively is to actually raise them to certain different levels of productivity and mechanize them. Therefore, notably, this transition occurs within the overall context of industrialization. And the metrics you see as follows: rise in yield, rise in employment in all off-farm agribusiness, not just on-farm. And this was the point Dr. Debo was making in the morning. People see agriculture only as the cultivation on the land. It's a $10, $12 trillion business globally. It's not the land alone. Then you see more investment, net investment, greater forward and backward linkage between agriculture and industry. This has not occurred at scale in our country, where only a small percentage of the economy's income is directed to net investment. Our population also has been growing so rapidly that population growth is almost at par with income growth. The point then is everything cancels out. That's why you see so much poverty. When population growth and GDP per capita growth equalizes, you are at equilibrium, and that equilibrium is poverty. Industrialization will have to move from our low growth trajectory, where the per capita GDP increases are not increasing the living standard. That's with jobless growth that we see. And the prosperity of our people will not raise unless we do the kinds of things we have been watching on this thing at massive scale, actually. And at the heart of all of this is productivity. You see those figures there. Asia 4,000 kilogram per hectare. Average Africa 1,700. Rice 2.5, whereas we can actually reach 8 tons per hectare. In some, I've seen some figures of 10, 12 tons per hectare in Asia. So we have both the potential, but we also have the challenge of doing the necessary thing that will actually make this happen for us. Vietnam is an example I'm going to give. In the whole of Asia now, it has the highest, 5,995 kilogram per hectare, according to data of 2023. In summary, what does industrializing agriculture involve? You all know it. Let me just, for the sake of understanding. One, mechanization. As we hear, it's not just about buying tractors. You see a lot of governors, they just buy tractors. How do you manage it? Who manages it? Who owns it? How do you ensure that it's sustainable? And that's what Oyo State has done, moving it from just lining up tractors on television to doing it in a meaningful way. Value addition, that's number 2. Don't just sell cocoa beans, cassava, and sesame. Process them into chocolate, butter, powder, ethanol, oil, fructose. Do not just harvest and consume tomatoes. Produce it at scale and turn them into paste, puree, and ketchup. Number 3 is supply chain integration. From the roads now, we are seeing also the integration by software that was launched this morning. There is a lot that we need to do to layer on what the foundation that we are laying now. Then 4th is agrofinance. We used to have an institution called NASAL. As usual, they wrecked it, you know. Farmers need capital, patient capital. Target human capabilities to ensure that we move to higher value, manufacturing value added. And high yield is the last point. So those are the summary of what the 6 pillars of industrialized agriculture means. Now, what is the economic rationale? First, diversify the economy. We've had this so many times. There is no economy that will survive for too long on just one commodity. And it shows up in our balance of payment. It shows up in the way our currency has been degraded over the years. Create massive employment. That's one of the things you do when you industrialize agriculture. Not just on the farm, but in transportation, in processing, in packaging, in marketing, and in export. 3, it saves foreign exchange. By producing what we consume and processing what we grow, we drastically reduce the billions of dollars spent annually on food imports and ensuring food security. A resilient, productive agricultural system is a stronger defense against hunger and malnutrition. Now, let me just quickly, in 5 minutes or so, show the case study of Vietnam to show where we should aspire to. I am convinced that Oyo State is on that path. From all that has been done in the last 6 years, if we ramp up, if we keep up, if we sustain the momentum, we are going to get there. I'm very convinced of that. This country was a basket case. I'm sure many of you who are students of history, you know where Vietnam was. They used to run to Soviet Union to collect peanuts, things and stuff. In fact, pre-1988, Vietnam was a basket case. It was around 1990 that they now began to move forward again. The World Bank has studied Vietnam so much. You just go online, you see several World Bank missions to Vietnam because of this remarkable transformation of that country, basically using agro-business, exactly what Oyo State is doing. All we need to do now is sustain this momentum. Let me just quickly make 3 or 4 points. Last year, they had a record export. Hear this, $405 billion export. 405, 70 million population. You know how much we exported oil? 35 billion. It's like tithe of this one. It's 10%. And agriculture stood at the center of most of what happened in Vietnam. They moved from subsistence farming in just 35 years, from imports and seeking aid from Soviet Union. They exported in 2024 $60 billion in agro products. 60 billion. Turning rice paddies, coffee fields into cash cow that is fueling the rise of Vietnam. And the key products are things we have: coffee, cashew. Cashew shipment alone was about 4 billion, not just raw cashew, processed cashew. Additionally, the footwear and garment industry of Vietnam made export. I'm just talking of the export, not domestic consumption plus. $30 billion export of RMG, ready-made garments. This alone not only equals Nigeria's total oil revenue, it's 10 times the 3 billion revenue that we received from simply shipping raw leather, cocoa, sesame, cashew. The export of processed agricultural products expanded over time, and those six agri products were really at the heart of it: rice, cashew, coffee, fisheries, vegetable, and fruits. In fact, the export of seafood alone was 9.2 billion. Seafood, shrimps, everything is there. Go look at World Bank report. I was in that country, I think 2006. It was still relatively run down. You go to Ho Chi Minh, they have only two basic hubs, Ho Chi Minh City and the other one. And everything is coming from there. So they just populated those hubs, like we are trying to do with Ijaye, all these places, with companies upon company. Just give them freedom to operate. Give them the space to operate. So this is the story. Export of seafood, 9.2 billion. They used to export, and this fact also, I think you should hear it. Vietnam's diversification led to a point where vegetables and fruits export surpass export earnings from traditional commodities like crude oil, black pepper. That's what they used to export. They surpassed. So as they were going up, diversifying, they began to rely less on oil. Oil became nothing they want to even associate with anymore. So I've given each of those, and I hear Oyo State, Fashola, Erua, Ijaye. Ijaye is going to explode with more than 50, 60 companies. I'm sure of it. You will see what will happen in the next couple of years. And last point I want to make is that Vietnam also relied exactly on special agro-processing zone type. As at 2024, if I remember the figure correctly, they had almost 799 zones of different types. So if Dr. Debo is saying we have Ijai, we have this, we should tell ourselves that we need to 10 times this thing. Some are smaller, some are not medium, so, and now you see a lot of private companies building their own zones. And by the way, private zones are all over Ogun State, Shagamu corridor, all those Chinese are building. I've seen individual Chinese building zones. So let our own people build our own zones here. Let's put the money and sustain the future. Create jobs for young people. So everything hung again on this special zones arrangement. Just like our own SAPZ, it targets zones, creation of value, linking farmers to global markets. They have succeeded so well, it's worth studying actually. What they have done, the way they have actually got into the global value chain is truly amazing. You go to all the shops in Europe, in America, and Japan, you just see Vietnam products. They don't make noise. They just sell and make money. And the thing that also came up this morning, they do a lot of anchor tenants strategy. They go after people. Go and solicit, please just come. What do you need? We'll give it to you. They do contract farming a lot, you know. Outgrower schemes with rural farmers. They go there, ensure those places become more productive. And then quality standards to meet export requirements. Global GAP, HSCCP, all of those ones, they went after it. They went to get the experts and say, look, teach us, how do we get to this point? This is what they did. Because before them was South Korea and others. South Korea also has close to 1,200 zones. You'll be shocked when you go to that tiny country. And it had direct impact on the export basket. According to the World Bank, Vietnam's agricultural transformation is one of the most remarkable success stories of the late 20th and 21st century. And it was driven by agricultural innovation systems. So finally, what is the lesson for us? For our state, infrastructure first. Infrastructure first. That is the result. That is the infrastructure first. And the governor has been saying, even on the table, was he saying it? He said, look, infrastructure is the issue. Once you make that investment, it's like urban planning. People don't want their houses to be touched, but they want to live in a Washington-type environment. You have to demolish old houses. You have to take out rubbish. You make that investment, suddenly the value of the land in that place just skyrockets. So infrastructure first. Every society that has made progress is always infrastructure. The Chinese, I used to go to China in the early 2000s, and you see some random hectares of land. They just put road, put whatever, nothing is there. 10 years after. So power is non-negotiable. Roads, non-negotiable. Connectivity, non-negotiable. Then number two, from the ATC, we must promote extension services. Traditionally, these have always been public funded network from national to communal level. We cannot avoid it. The bridge between the lab and the field is very pivotal to the transfer of technology. Then devolve and empower governance. And I'm sending this message to Dr. Debo also. Let's strengthen the governance of those zones, strengthen them. Let's do whatever is possible. The one that belong to federal, if we have to beg them, we go and beg them. It has to be one-stop shop centers. And we're also pushing them. And by the way, on December 1, 10 more SAPZ was approved for Nigeria by the Africa Development Bank. 10 more special agro zones. But I know your state is far ahead now. So governance system for those zones will be very critical. Just small number of people who will manage transparently with no corruption. Number four, anchor tenant strategy, like I mentioned earlier. We have to go after people. We go after them. Go after Dangote, go after anybody, all of them. Let's go, even our own domestic conglomerates, we go after them. Let the governor use his own leverage to go after them. I say, look, come and put something here. Sometimes we forget we'll be running around in China. But there are people with money who don't know what to do with it. Then explicit large, medium, smallholder linkage strategy. I think that's very clear. And finally, for the private sector, I want you to see agriculture not as a charitable venture, but as the next great frontier for profit and impact. Let's invest in agro-processing, cold storage, logistics. Let's join hands with the state. The margins are huge. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the seeds of our future is not buried deep in oil wells. They are sown in the fertile soils of our different ecological zones. Industrializing agriculture is more than an economic strategy. It's a mission to unlock the potential of our greatest asset, people and land. It's a mission to build Nigeria that's not just fed by its own land, but wealthy because of them. Let's move from the era of hoe and cutlass to the era of the harvester. Let us build a nation where our farmers are not poor, but prosperous. Let us work together to build a system where the poles of poverty turns to zones of prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the tone for this next conversation that we are about to have. I would like to invite you, sir, to please come up as we discuss industrialization of agriculture for economic development and food security, import substitution or export oriented. Of course, you've heard from Professor Banji. I'm not going to say that name that you all are laughing at me over. But you heard him, and the Vietnam example is one that is sterling, and would want to actually hear more about that during this conversation. Joining Prof is Dr. Adebowale Adeyeye. He is the MD, I hope he's here. He is the MD CEO of Creativo El Matador Group. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he joins this panel. Thank you very much, sir. And then we have the third person joining this panel is another professor, Professor Eniola Fabusoro. Professor Eniola is the country director, IDH in Nigeria. My name is Abigail Anaba, and I will be moderating this session. Thank you very much, sirs, for joining us to be part of this conversation. Prof has actually given a good head start to what we're about to discuss here. The entire event that we're having today is about agricultural trade and growth. And the focus is on Oyo State. We have already heard from all the speakers earlier today what Oyo State is doing to remove the bottlenecks stifling trade and growth in agriculture. But we also know that there is more to be done. The state has spoken about the after. I think they're the first state in Nigeria to develop an after strategy. They are also part of the World Union of Wholesale Markets. And now they unveiled the insignia to promote traceability. So I'm going to start with Dr. Adeyeye. And I'm going to ask the question, what are some of the challenges that Oyo State should be aware of, investors in Oyo State? What are some of those challenges to the growth of trade and growth of agriculture that we need to pay attention to?
Thank you very much. I would have loved professors to go first, but you put me on the spot, you know. Thank you. There are multi-layered challenges. It's clear that Oyo State doesn't operate in isolation. You know, as a subnational, it operates within the framework of the country. But at the state level, you want to talk about issues around documentation, right? Everywhere in the country where we have done business, one key thing is how do we own our assets and get proper documents for it? What's the turnaround time? You know, what is the security concerns? What are the infrastructure that the state government can provide? Talk about good roads. There's little or nothing the private sector can do because you're not allowed to go fix roads. But you'll be shocked at what good roads can do. Commuting from where the produce comes from to your factory could be cumbersome if the roads are bad. You'll find a lot of spoilage happening on the way. and people begin to say, why not situate your factory closer to the farm or to the raw material? But there's a limit to which you can do that. You also want to be close to the market. So if government can provide infrastructure, that helps. In terms of partnership with the private sector, there are ways government can step in, especially with financing. Partnerships that can make funders a bit more comfortable, government giving guarantees or some form of credit or letters of credit in some case through their financial partners that can stimulate or support the private sector to do that. You know, then I talked earlier about the multi-layered revenue system. You'll find a lot of cases where there's duplicity in the roles and duplicity in these levies and revenues. I would always say government needs to find a way to harmonize. All those taxes, levies, and dues the system can be automated through tech. You can have a seamless process where they're not coming to harass private sector companies during work hours and coming to barricade or lock that. But interestingly, why we are in Oyo State is that maybe because Oyo is the pace setter, things are relatively different. You know, we've been around the country. I can tell you for a fact. We've operated in well over 10 states in the country, and it's been a smooth journey here. And I mean, I think it's important. It's important that private sector takes cognizance of these things in their bid or push to come into Oyo State and do more.
Thank you so much, sir, for those points that you've made. Let me go to Professor Fabusoro. He has spoken to the challenges. He has also spoken to solutions in a way. He spoke about structural challenges. Do you agree with him, those challenges that he mentioned? Or is there another layer that you want to add to it?
Thank you very much. Of course, I agree with him, and Professor Banji also, you know, where he started with when he was talking about what should be done. He said infrastructure first, and those 6 pillars and those, you know, were actually what I see the Oyo State government already doing, and you can see he was alluding to that, and he said what is important now is how do we sustain it, how do we grow it. So I agree completely with the structural challenges he has mentioned, but let me just add one more, which I believe maybe, of course, he didn't mention it. It's actually talking about how do we incentivize our youth into agriculture. Because if you are talking about industrialization, which is talking about mechanization, talking about connectivity, talking about, you know, value addition, if you look at the average age of our farmer today, it's about 50 years, 53, 54. Can we create a system? I know your state already has a program on youth entrepreneurship program. Can we create a system whereby we can really look for young people that have real interest in agriculture and then support them to come into agric? Prof said anchor talent strategy. I think we can use that same anchor talent strategy instead of looking for the likes of Dangote, but also to now look for the likes of young people that are already putting effort into agriculture and put them in line and support them. They could be 10 starting with, they could be 20 starting with. We make them model and want to showcase them to the whole world. And we grow them from 2 hectares to 5 hectares to 20 hectares to 100 hectares. And then we begin to support them in, you know, with what all the things that Oyo State is doing. So I will say, with the special agro-processing zones, maybe we can create one that is purely targeting at young agripreneurs who can be supported to start small processing line, can be supported to start 5 hectares or 100 hectares of maize or whatever crops they want to grow, so that the journey to industrialization, because there is a language of industrialization, which maybe someone who is 60, 70 may understand, but may not have the motivation to venture into it. But a young person who is just growing in his 30s will have that motivation and understand that language and will be willing to jump into it.
Thank you so much, sir. Professor Banji, I'm coming back to you now. A lot has been said about what Oyo State is doing. Oyo State is doing this. Oh, they are good in this. They're already doing this. And I'm sure that Dr. Akonde is smiling each time they say, oh, Oyo State is really doing good in this or that. But I know Oyo State is not perfect. There has to be areas where there is a need for more to be done. So let's look at policy, at the policy level. Is there a policy direction, if you were to tell Oyo State as a government to do something today that will move the needle, what would you advise?
No, thank you very much. I think nobody will eat policy. What you give you value is the doing of policy. You know, Nigerian people announce, someone made a joke today, that they announce in development before it happens or something like that. But one of the things that I will hope will be deepened in what had been started is the construction of what we call the agri transformation centers. And I think this is a big thing that people may not see the value now. You know, when we do the special agro zone, you now build Erua Ajija is the special zone. That's the hub. That's where the factories is going to be, I think, 200 hectares, 400 hectares, right? But adjoining those zones is what we call agricultural transformation centers. Basically, you know, you take facilities to those farming communities, put system where they can get seeds, high-yielding seeds, they can have access to roads to link up with those zones, which is what the governor was mentioning. But my suggestion would be that instead of Erua standing alone as the only ATC in the state, we have more of them. So if we have people like Saginga saying they are bringing 400 million, let's channel some of those money to build another 20 ATCs around Oyo State. And going beyond it, in my head I call it transformed communities. After what Chief Aolo called the optimum community in the old days of Action Group. A transformed community will have not just those agri-transformation centers, but they will also have basic school system, medical centers, boreholes in each of those. So you take like 3-4 villages, you aggregate them into a transformed community. I think this is what will change the rural landscape even more faster. You know, the governor is doing it by doing these roads and sort of integrating them with the urban areas and the semi-peri-urban areas. You know, let me just make one last comment. People always quote China as taking 800 million people out of poverty. Not many people studied how they did it. They used to have something called a TVET or something, you know, the village enterprise system, the village enterprise. And basically, they went to the rural areas, around those areas, instead of doing conditional money transfer. The money that were going to somebody else's pocket, what they did was to turn those, you know, in places into workshops, teaching people how to make basic tools, do all kinds of things, empower them with financing, with seeds, with productivity, with land clearing. And in 30 years, China took 800 million people out of poverty. You know, it's called the Hoku system. In the past, they used to never allow people to move from rural to... Now they are also skillful that you hardly will recognize a rural China from an urban area anymore. So that would be my suggestion. Let's start with 5 or 10 more ATCs. So...
Thank you very much, sir. And while you were speaking and you mentioned this transformation, yes, I'm coming to Dr. Adeyeye now. I know that Creativo El Matador is into exports, right? And one of the things that is going to be happening at the Erua Agribusiness Hub is that the Oyo State is looking to build a wholesale market there. I think Dr. Akonde spoke about it earlier. talking about opportunities that are opening. There are some investors that are here and they'll be thinking, okay, how do I key into this? What are the opportunities that you think that having a wholesale market here in Oyo State, of course in Erua here in Ibadan, how would that help? What opportunities are available?
Thank you. So when people say wholesale market, we often pay attention to the word market, wholesale market. We forget the fact that there's a component of infrastructure, which is a major component, CapEx, that as a private sector or private company, if government is doing that, well, I'm not spending that again. I'll leverage on what government has done. I can increase my capacity, increase my scale, and focus on other things. That is one. Two, you're bringing the market to the people, and the people to the market. It forms a point of convergence. You're not only going to be talking about what is produced in Oyo State, you're talking about neighboring states that see that facility and say, well, Oyo State is where we want to sell. Three, international community, international market. Over time, when you talk about export, beyond quality issues, beyond traceability issues, the lack of structure and organization is one of the things that make them underprice our products. You'll find Nigeria or Nigerians export cocoa beans, cashew, sesame to Europe. They say no, it's bad quality. You take that product to Asia. Asia blends it, takes it to Europe, it gets it. These are some of the issues. If we cannot evidence or show proper structure, organization, then it defeats the purpose and the story we want to tell. In monetary terms, what that market will do might not be very well quantified or captured in short term, but it's a long-term investment that will then stimulate and spur other things. Then you look at the ancillary benefits. That infrastructure would require a lot of services on the side, creating jobs, creating opportunities, and there's a lot of pipelines or downlines that the state and the people stand to benefit from that.
Thank you so much, sir. Let me go to Professor Fabu Soro. I had to learn how to pronounce that name. I kept saying, okay, Fabu Soro. Okay, Professor Fabu Soro, do you want to speak to any challenges that could work against that wholesale market working optimally, that Oyo State should be aware of? That, okay, if you want to do this, this could go wrong, so do this.
Well, I think taking from experience, because what we're talking about is more or less like an aggregation center. But beyond being an aggregation center, like he said, it's a structured market. It has its own governance system, and there are a lot of control within that market that makes it, there is a trademark of Oyo State, which is unveiled today, that I believe should have its own quality control system and traceability, system that will be enforceable in such markets. And that will definitely create access to the global market that Oyo State wants to actually enter into. So for challenges that I believe could happen is when you begin to have a few people or a few organizations controlling the structure of the markets, rather than having an inclusive system where every participant, private sector, and maybe government, also individuals can work and be able to, leverage the benefit that such markets will bring. Of course, maybe I would say we should also be careful of monopoly in case, it's going to be turned into a center where some other markets or some other factors that have interest in the same value chain are not able to access such products. But I believe that with the experience that Oyo State has showed, it should be something that is similar to what is happening in the processing zones, and it will definitely attract a lot of investments if infrastructure is provided, if the structure is there, and if a very transparent traceability system put in place, that there could be control mechanism, and if there is, maybe I wouldn't say another layer of certification, but if the market becomes so organized to a point whereby investors and also markets overseas, could see that this product is coming from this market, I believe it gives a lot of credibility and will command better prices. So Oyo State should just watch out for the way it is organized so as not to people, to begin to enrich themselves.
All right. I think we're going to be taking. I was going to say I think we're going to be taking questions, but I was just told. All right. So after the next panel, anybody who has questions that are related to this panel could also ask the questions, and I am sure that the members of the panel here will still remain to answer those questions. Thank you so much for being part of this conversation. And what do we say to this gentlemen who were part of this? Thank you so much, sirs.
That's Abigail and Abba. Please, a round of applause yet again for the panelists as well as the anchor. So thank you very much for being a very wonderful audience listening to us. The next item on the program is the presentation of Dr. Tunde Amole. Dr. Tunde Amole is the Country Director, International Livestock Research Institute. And Dr. Amole will be speaking to the role of the livestock sector in driving economic transformation. And so I'm sure that we're going to welcome him. Please, an applause for him as he is stepping forward for his presentation.
All protocol duly observed, and thanks for staying with us till this time. Yeah, so we are looking at livestock. How many of us had chicken or goat or anything today? I think during the tea break, I could see some sticks of chicken drumstick. Livestock is part of our life, and it's life. I am sure when you are having guests in your house, you have a way of treating them well with livestock. So we can't do agribusiness without livestock. And we have been so blessed in Oyo State to be a hub for livestock. So let's see, how do we transform the livestock sector? I will just give some very brief background on livestock population and what Nigeria is sitting on, Generally in Nigeria, the current data is showing us that we have 58 million heads of cattle, sheep like that, goats. Same thing with chicken. What's the impact of this on our economy? Livestock is adding 5.1% of our GDP from the agricultural sector. Over 20 million households depend on livestock for their livelihood. And by default, if we continue to invest in livestock, we are sitting on an economy opportunity of close to 70 billion USD in days to come. But this has always been the story. We have weak or poor genetics, outdated infrastructure. I'm so glad for the last panel talking about infrastructure. And you know how funny we are. When you buy goods, you look for one terrible rope that you don't need in your house and tie on its neck, and you are expecting productivity. But we could import from Brazil, isn't it? We could do powdered milk. Apology to some of us that are still doing powdered milk. But we don't want our children to grow up never to know that milk comes from cow. Before, from day one till now he's adult, the only milk he got to know is the powdered one. Limited access to market is always there. Feed, a big challenge. Low processing and poor collaboration. And like I said, if we put a bit of interest and investment into livestock, this country can generate over 70 billion USD. Additional 1 million jobs could be created, and we could be ranked the 3rd all over the world. Where is Oyo State in this? Much has been said about Oyo State. With the large size of land, I was happy when the Excellency said, Oyo State is a country indeed. If we are bigger than 4, 5, 6 countries, then we're a country. Can we clap for Oyo State for that? In other words, those that are leading Oyo State could lead a country. Where is livestock in Oyo State? Oyo State is the poultry hub, is the poultry capital in West Africa. Oyo State is a house to over 90% of the poultry breeder farm all over West Africa. There is 15 million day-old chicks being produced in Oyo State every month. And these are distributed across the region. It's so funny that even people with hatchable eggs from Kano brings their egg to Oyo State to come and hatch, only to sell it again to people going to Kano to go and raise chicken. Because of the favorable weather, we have a lot of good breed that are thriving here, exotic breed, and of course, a lot of investment in livestock. Here is the catch. In the last 18 months, we've been working with other organizations to develop an investment master plan for livestock in Nigeria. And we look at all the value chain. Then we look at the sector analysis. We had a 15 years strategic, roadmap and a 5-year short term. And we have 3 scenarios to look at livestock in Nigeria. Business as usual, if we continue what we are doing, what will be our result by 2040? If we had a bit of investment, what will be the result in 2040? And if we are under-investing, what will be the result in 2040? This was presented last week at the first Livestock National Council, where the new Minister of Livestock was there, and this result was shared. We comb all the 36 states in the country, major focus on Oyo State, Adamawa, and FCT. And here is the result. With all the scenarios put in place, commercial meat to be produced and processed in Oyo State if we have all the scenario in place by 2040, Oyo State has the capacity to produce 175% more milk than what we are producing. In fact, more than Adamawa, more than FCT. If we look down at the meat to be processed, either in small scale or in large scale, Oyo still leads Adamawa and just a bit down around the FCT. But if you look at the large-scale processors, if we invest in the livestock industry, particularly in meat production, we are going to grow this industry by 10%, while Adamawa is 9.6. Now, you look at Oyo State, and when you talk about livestock, particularly cattle, you talk about the northern part. And we have ethnicized livestock production as well. There seems to be a group of ethnics who raise livestock but never eat it. And we, the consumers, fold our hands and throw our money back to them. Down there in Oyo State, Abattoir, 600 heads of goats are slaughtered every day, accounted for, beyond the small ones. Each of the goats is now 120,000 naira, 80,000, 120. If you multiply that by 600, that's how much of our wealth that is going away, wherever it's going to. We may not even value it because when you go to Sky, you just buy 500, 2,000, and that is not so much for a piece, isn't it? Close to about 100 of us here, we are buying 2,000 worth of goat every day. Put it together, is going somewhere. And that's the capacity we have in the state. And they said this will continue to increase because of the market access and because there is expanse of land for livestock to advance and to spread. In terms of poultry, now this first table is looking at the whole of Nigeria. But when we talk about poultry in Nigeria, we're talking about 65% of it in Oyo State. So look at the 65% of this figure. That's what we are sitting on in this state. And if you look at the heck, if you see the BAU there, it's saying if it is business as usual. And this is additional GDP, okay, in millions, in billions. So look at the head. The baseline for this year is telling us we are 1 billion. By 2040, business as usual will be 6 billion. But if you look at the WI with investment, then we can move to 8 billion. If you look down again, you look at the poultry sector production under the 3 scenario. Look at the layers and broilers. That's where we have our strength in Oyo State. If we could do a bit of investment, then we can grow this sector, 41% increase. I was happy when I saw Prof's slide that he had 6 pillars. All right, I think that is prophetic for Oyo State. Let's wait for how it's going to be fulfilled. There are 6 pillars to transform livestock industry in Oyo State to bring out the gold that is within this state. And we have all of them here. I will not mention them one by one. I will pick just 2 of them. That is pillar 2 and pillar 3. And if you look at it, pillar 2 and pillar 3 is coming as part of the investment that must happen here, feed and fodder, and I will pick the infrastructure. In terms of infrastructure, and that came out in the last panel, we need to strengthen the livestock market system that we have. Even particularly with our own West African dwarf purpose goat. I am sure, apart from one of the panelists, a young guy that will be meeting here, who has a capacity of 2,000 capacity of goats right there in Ishen. Hardly will you find a farm where you can get our real West African Obuko goat that you can buy 100 at once. Sometimes we have even forgotten that those goats are still existing, because we are used to this tall one that comes from the north, and when you cook it by tomorrow, it looks like fish. The real goat that is from Oyo State, 2 days after, is still smelling in the house. That's the richness that we have. So we need to look at a market system that can develop this and create traceability. My brother hid this from me. If he had shown me this yesterday night, I wouldn't be able to sleep. This is the game changer for us. That product from here could be labeled and traced. That wherever you are all over the world, when you buy goat meat, when you are taking yogurt from Oyo State, you can trace the farm where it's coming from. When we were having a panel, chat, I just entered the market in Manchester and I saw Kilishi there. And I saw the park and I saw Darfur, Sudan. I called the guy, I said, come over here. This cannot come from Sudan. Kilishi is from my place. We are the owner of Kilishi. In other words, someone moved Kilishi from here, moved to Sudan, repackage it, and sell it in the UK. Why not here? Someone who was supposed to be on this panel is doing this in the US. He's a Nigerian. He has written to Oyo State. We have all his business plan. I've shared with the DG at the time. He's supposed to be here today. He's commissioning this somewhere, and I don't want to mention the name. Now, this is a mobile slaughter slab with frozen facility. He said he has enough requests that he cannot meet his request. So he's bringing this to Nigeria and to Oyo State. So he can drive everywhere. Tell me you have good animal, 100 of them. He drives this truck to your farm. Slaughter right there, clean up right there, freeze it, and get it ready for export. That's what we are talking about. We must begin to put in systems, and it's already here. We only need to do a little bit more. And I was happy when Prof was talking about sustainability. Someone should come and build on what we have already in Oyo State. We don't want to go back 100 years again. And if people are ready, if investors are ready to take livestock beyond, then we should move forward with them. This is where the whole world is going. I grew up to see this thing. I know if I describe it, you will like it. They do their head like this. Yeah, abe. You remember? I don't know why they cannot make their head straight. The head will always go this way. If we continue like that, we will lose out. We will lose out. This does not need to happen in China. We have the capacity. It must happen here. And in terms of feed, we also need to put attention in feed. 70% of the cost of producing any egg, any gram of chicken, any gram of meat, 70% of that cost is coming from feed. We conducted a feed balance for this country this year, and Oyo State is showing as feed surplus state. I wish I could bring up the map. It was conducted by AU. I really did the work for them. Oyo State is on green, feed surplus. In other words, we have more feed than the livestock we have. And the recommendation we gave to AU-IBA is that where they have feed shortage, then we could either move feed to go and meet them, you don't move the animal here, or we grow enough animals to consume our feed here in Oyo State. One of the panelists that's supposed to be here who nearly missed flight because of the delay in the ticket sent a slide, and this is what they are doing with feed in Kenya. 19 out of 50 biggest dump sites all over the world, they are in Africa. And when we say Africa, you know what we are talking about. I should mention the place. Nigeria. Where we have waste every day. And this company is sitting down to convert their waste into protein that is called the black soldier fly. You must have heard about it before, but this is the company I'm talking about. This is not China. This is not Brazil. This is Kenya. This is owned by a woman with over 300 staffs, converting every domestic waste into livestock feed. She sent a text yesterday. She said, the Nigerian thing doesn't want me to come. I'm coming back in January. I said, you must come. And this we could promote. So feed is a major input in livestock industry. And we can invest in feed. We have that capacity. We have the rainfall. We have the land. We have the waste, even in this biocircular economy. This company is called InsettiPro. You can Google it. If you check your program, her name is there because we are expecting her to be here. So they convert all the waste in Nairobi, just Nairobi, to black soldier fly. Huge black soldier fly. And the benefit of this thing is that if you look at that, you need a small space of land to convert that waste into protein source. One of the costly ingredients in livestock feed is the protein source. Years back, we are depending on fish meal. No longer fish meal, is now soya bean. And soya bean is something else now. I know, Doc, you know what soya beans is something else. We want to grow soya beans. But while we are growing it, you need just 1 acre. What 1 acre of land will give you in terms of the protein result is what 130 acres will give you if you are going to grow soya bean. So InsettiPro is working on transforming every waste into livestock protein feed ingredient. And it doesn't depend on season. You don't need rain to do this. Just convert your waste, and in 14 days, you have your protein source. It has a protein source that is more than 40%, about 48%. It contains all the needed amino acid that we import to feed our chicken. Histidine, methionine, lysine, and the fat content is very low. Now, this is their structure. They produce BSF, and they also produce frass. BSF produce an organic manure called frass that is used to grow crops. So you can get your feed from it. You can also get frass, organic fertilizer from it. And this is what they have done over the years. It's been tested over the years at a big factory in the Netherlands and in the Europe producing BSF waste. We don't want to wait until they are importing it here. We have what it takes to do it here. So far, Insectipro has turned 25,000 tons of waste in Kenya, and they have created over 500 direct and indirect jobs. They have produced over 110 kg of dry BSF. Let me move on that. What's their proposition for Oyo State? I don't know where they got their data for. They said there is 4,000 tons of waste generated in Oyo State every day. That's correct. That was what she sent to me. And 65% of this waste is organic. And if we could get into this, we can get a carbon offset of about 3,400 tons. And they only need just 50 hectares. I said, if you are here today, the Excellency will give you more. And with this, they can create over 2,000 jobs and produce 20,000 and produce, it's not my slide, and produce 1,000 metric tons of insect daily. I don't know how much we need in feed meal. But if this is ready to be done, we can do this. This is what we want to see in Oyo State. We like to see people in livestock making huge money. We were discussing within the team. We said, if we can move from this phone that moves this way to the one that moves this way, if we can move from a B2, I went for a wedding on Saturday. The father of the groom used B2 during his own wedding. The boy used one terrible SUV in his own wedding. I said, if we can move from B2 to this, can we not move from tying rope to our animals to an industrial livestock system? We have what it takes. And we can get into it. When we get into our panel, we have the privilege of two young guys who are making moves in the commercial livestock system. One of them is from Canada, and according to him, they are mobilizing diaspora to come and invest in livestock. I think that's where we should go. We should be able to afford egg, we should be able to afford meat, and we should export it across the states and across Africa. Thank you so much.
I think you can appreciate it more than that. It requires more than that. Yes. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for those data. Thank you for those facts and that transition. We appreciate. We're moving on very swiftly to the next item on our program. Is the third panel section that we're going to have. The panel discussion is titled "The Role of the Livestock Sector in Driving Economic Transformation." I'll invite Jasadai Ijudai, who will be the one to coordinate this one. Please, a round of applause for him as he's stepping forward.
Thank you very much. So, speaking to Dr. Amole's presentation, we would be delving into a panel discussion to see what does it take to drive this system change, attract investment in Oyo. For the panel discussion, I have Dr. Amole, Country Director ILRI. Can you come up here? I have Dr. John Adekunle, Country Director URUS. I have Mr. Tayo Ajibade from Oshode Farms. And last but not the least, Mr. Adams Kende from Adborn Farm. So I'll be moderating this session. My name is Ijudai Jasada. I work for ILRI as a senior scientist leading our work on livestock scaling. Yes, so good evening all, once again. I think since morning we've been talking about how can we drive investment in the agricultural sector. But now I want us to narrow down to see how we can drive investment in the livestock sector. We all know that Oyo State has been one of the forefront states in terms of livestock production. Dr. Amole had highlighted that Oyo leads in poultry production in West Africa, which it's been nicknamed as the capital of poultry production in West Africa. Interestingly, about 15 million DOCs, DO chicks, are produced in Oyo State monthly. There's been some great investment in feed, which Dr. Amole had mentioned, AI and the rest. Interestingly also, we have world-class experts in the livestock sector being churned from Oyo who drive global livestock mandate globally and also locally in Nigeria. Despite all these huge opportunities, there are a lot of businesses that operate at a small scale under commercialized status. And part of our discussion today is to see how we can drive investment to move these businesses from performing at that level to an industrialized state. So I have some questions which I would be asking the panel members. And I will start with Dr. John, being that you have great experience locally and globally. What do you think are the biggest untapped investment opportunities in Oyo State's livestock value chain? And how can the state attract both local and international investors?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are the last, I think we are supposed to do first, Dr. Akonde, because livestock, everybody has eaten chicken today, like you said, or fish, but that's fine. That's the energy that we bring to the team. Like you just mentioned, for me, I would say we've heard a lot of people talk about Oyo State. It stands quite different when you look at the landscape and what is happening. He's talked about the livestock. He's talked about the poultry, 90%. People come in and then they ship it out again. Can you imagine they bring Arch, they come to Arch and then they take it back again? You can imagine, and then they pass it back to the consumers. So for me, you look at different sectors, from the piggery to the chicken to the dairy side of it. I would say they are all untapped, 100%, looking at all this value addition. So for me, it's the value addition side of it. That's where we need to look at in Oyo State. Oyo State has gotten everything. So the first one I will talk about, because I represent a genetic company today, which is yours, is to look at productivity. How do we improve productivity? These are things that we need to look at. We need to bring in right genetics to improve the breeds. In the slides of Dr. Amole, I see talking about Justin, that can give 1 liter, that can give about 20 liters as against the 1 liter. And then we can have modern abattoirs being built here. We can have value addition in here. We can ensure that the government can look at that aspect where we ensure that more milk collection centers is being built. After you improve these animals, are giving 15, 20 liters, let's do the value addition here in the States. Let's bring modern abattoirs. Let's ensure that these abattoirs, like you just mentioned, and I'm happy you just mentioned, I think and I hope that mobile processing abattoir will still in Fashola and more. And I also want to thank the government for already doing what I want to mention. We need to have a model where industrialization hub, where all these things are being done, where you can have feed and food as an example. Feeds, 70% of the feed, for instance, the dairy, is from feed. The cost is from feed. We need to have all those that settled down in that same hub. Example is the Fashola. We can have more of this scattered across the states. With that, we can have investors come in, private partners come into the country, support all this. We can raise funds. We can have forums where we can bring all these guys in and then raise funds and support that hub and have this thing the value addition being done in Oyo State, and then we can make more money. We can also have branding being done. How? I'm happy to see you talked about traceability, and I think we should give Oyo State a round of applause for this. Honestly, it's actually something we all need to look at. You take things outside the country and they reject it. Imagine I walk into a shop in Houston and I'm seeing the seal of Oyo State, where compliance, the HACCP is taking place. You know that the product from Oyo State, oh, I know this product. It's been passed through a lot of certification. You can imagine how that will transform into it. We walk into stores in Houston, and then you find Okumu oil as an example. And I will look back and say, oh, this is oil palm from Nigeria. I would rather go for that because I already know this is Okumu in Nigeria. And that's the same thing we are talking about. Let's find a way to ensure this, what has been unveiled today, let's stamp it in Oyo State and ensure that livestock sector, the traceability is being done. Veterinarians, the veterinary aspect of it, the vaccination, all these are being controlled from grass to glass and also from farm to table. These are what we need to do in Oyo State to get it right and to bridge the gap. And the final one I would say is that you have to guarantee, the government needs to go in here. We talked about capacity building every time, but we also need to ensure that finance is in there. I know the government might not give money, but we can do credit guarantee to help these investors around in the state and also give some incentives. Incentives in quality, incentives in supporting them to become brand ambassadors. Example, like I said, is, for instance, if you, or your state as a whole, I know from statistics, or not even from statistics, from practical, I would not say from the theory side, when I was still working for a multinational in this country, we collected 43,000 liters of milk in Oyo State in a day. 43,000 liters. There's no state in Nigeria that's collected 43,000 liters in a day. There are 40 milk collection centers sitting across the nation for a company, and 25 of it is sitting in Oyo State. So it tells you the kind of power that Oyo State has. So we need to industrialize this and find a way to get to the next level, and that will be my short answer for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adekunle. And I like the point you raised on branding. I think one opportunity that Oyo State hasn't really explored is to ask, why do farmers come down from north to hatch their chicken and go and sell, claiming that it is produced here in Oyo? So Oyo State is a brand on its own in terms of livestock productivity. Now, speaking to investment also, Mr. Tayo, I would like to have your thoughts around what policy incentives, infrastructure investment, or public-private partnerships are needed to make Oyo State the most attractive livestock investment destination for the Nigerian youths here. Now, looking at the context of the youths and some of the challenges they have in terms of productivity and getting to be very commercial, what do you think needs to be done to get them moving?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so fortunate that I have an exposure to trainees, and with that, I've been sticking to ruminant farming for about 10 years now. But I have seen so much intellectual young youths that don't have that opportunity to have that kind of training. And with that, we need government to actually improvise training facilities. If possible, give us what we call an expatriate, because most of our breedings, we don't do more of natural, but as I said, most of the breedings we do are from artificial insemination and embryo transfer. These are ruminant, which is small ruminant, and it's quite so technical that without technical know-how, we cannot do such thing. I would say last month, on one of our projects we did on the farm, Shode Farms, which was embryo transfer, in small ruminant, we were just the first farm to actualize that kind of project. So for us to have productivity and sustainability in livestock farming, we would want the government or governments to actually assist our youths in trainings. Then aside from trainings as well, we need funding because most of these things are quite expensive. Looking at the cost of feeding, it's quite expensive as well. So we need funding so that in one way or the other, we need support from the government to be able to sustain agriculture, and we youth will be able to involve much in it. I think with that, we should know that agriculture is the foundation of the economy in Oyo State. I look at most farmers, they had the zeal, really youth have that zeal to go into farming, but one of the constraints is the credit facilities. So if the government can give us credit facilities, we youth are ready to put in our efforts in productivity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Speaking to the financing and credit facility, I would like to pick Mr. Adams' brain on that to see how the diaspora Nigerians can bring in resources to invest in the youth in Oyo State.
All right, thank you. So I'm Adams once again. When he was speaking, he said something which, if you are looking at Nigeria from the diaspora, there seems to be a lot of insecurity in the country. But while I was speaking with Dr. Goke, he said if you are coming to Oyo State, maybe from Lagos or from Ogun, you don't seem to have that fear. So in terms of security, it looks like Oyo is prepared to receive diaspora remittance. So the last data I checked, the number of Nigerians in diaspora alone is 17 million. And if you look at the CBN data from the past 3 years, the remittance, they just grouped it as remittance, hovers around $20 billion. You can confirm that from the past 3 years, has been hovering around $20 billion. In those remittances, there will be a lot of, boss, I beg, give me 2K. I won't do wedding. And in the diaspora where I live, many Nigerians want to invest back at home. But because of, I don't know, how many of you have checked online and seen stories of people that invested back at home, either with their family or without their family, and the rest is history. Yeah. So $20 billion is a lot. Meaning that if Oyo State government can create a structure, for example, I like to use Treasury bill, the federal government Treasury bill. It hovers around 15 to 16%, I think the last year. And people are putting in money. It's a whole lot of money coming to the federal government. Can't Oyo State create a system that is pivoted towards agriculture? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So the JAPA can collaborate with those inside. He's talking about money. We need money. But there are people back there. I have a friend in 2017 while I was in UK, flatmate, knocked to my head. I said, Adams, I have 5 million naira. I don't know what to do with it. I'm like, me too, I don't know what to do with your money. Because if you send it home, so pay OTLO. So, it's a problem of structure down here. I think Oyo State can tap into it. Security is good. The roads are, fantastic to an extent. Then why not create a structure where the people in diaspora, investor, the only thing, anybody that wants to invest, the only thing they are thinking about is money. I put in money, I get my return on investment. So let's say my younger brother calls me and say, so in the next 6 months, I'm getting married. Please, if you can give me 300,000. Now, instead of me sending the 300,000 to my younger brother, if there is a scheme provided by the government and I can put in an investment and I know the return on investment will go to my younger brother, I will keep my capital with the government, it's still working, and the return on investment can easily go to my younger brother. The day my younger sister too wants to get married, I get the return on investment, and with that, I can tell you a whole lot of diasporans will invest back at home. because no matter wherever we go, home is still home. You understand what I'm saying? So it will be their delight to see that our money, we are building this country together. So I think I'll pause there for a while. Let the government create a structure. Treasury bill is doing fantastically well, but we don't really know. Treasury bill is just treasury bill. We don't know how they are utilizing it. But for agriculture, government create a structure. The people here, you don't need to be maybe moving around looking for funds. There is remittances that people will put into the system, knowing fully well that it won't be OT law. You get what I'm saying? So let me pause there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's an interesting suggestion, and I think it leads me to the next question. If government should create a system, at least there should be business models that are able to scale and be profitable. So Dr. Amole, in your experience, I know you've piloted different innovations, you've tested different business models. Which agribusiness model, from cooperatives, hub and spoke, PPP, and all that, which of these models offer the most promising path to scale livestock enterprises in Oyo State?
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I think many of what you have said has been explored. And it's like the last two conversations has been towards youth investment in livestock. I know Adams is investing in livestock back home here. And such kind of investment, we will need to have a system. One of the suggestions you make is a hub and spoke system, which also has a cooperative, outlook, in such a way that we have a major hub where investment, just like what Prof described the other time, a processing zone, a livestock export zone, where traceability, standards, and everything is created. That's an investment. And wherever you are, if you follow the standard, you can plug into that system. I give an example of Hala. Hala is a Danish cooperative system. You know, when we mention cooperative in our system here, we are talking of rural people sitting under the tree. They meet every last Friday of the month, and they contribute to 1,000. No, that's not cooperative. But, let's just take it at that. But we're talking of an investment cooperative, where we have the aspirants investing in processing, production at scale. Because we have come off to know that what we're talking here is production at scale, processing at scale, targeting real value for investment. If that happens, we could have a cluster of investors in a hub and spoke model which fit into a larger system that can regulate both standards and the market system in such a way that there is a transparent flow back of return on investment back to everyone. And once this is secured, you see a lot of investment coming into that. We've seen that, when we were talking, Dr. John also told me that even Friesland Campina, it's a cooperative. And if they want to sell shares now, they say, okay, we are setting up a farm. If you are interested, everyone wants to put their money into that. Investors want to do that, the aspirants want to do that. Even old people would like to say, okay, this retirement benefit, since I'm not sure what's going to happen, let me put it in a working system. So one of the things that we're going to promote, or that we should be doing more of it in Oyo State, is this hub and spoke system where you have medium-scale investors or investment plugging into a large scale. If we don't do that, there is no way we can move small and medium scale into a large scale. They will always have the problem of market. They will always have the problem of finance. They always have the problem of insecurity. Okay, my farm is moving from here to here. But if they are being plugged into a processing zone, like what he mentioned the other time, that secures that investment. It becomes a huge business. And everyone's investment is secured because there is a bigger market where this is going into. I think that's a system that we have seen over the years. In many places is working, and the same thing could happen here. Like I said, it's not under the tree cooperative. That will not take us far. We're talking of investment cooperative in a hub and spoke model.
Dr. John, do you want to add? I just want to add to that. Before I say it, I think we should clap for your state, honestly. I am not from Oyo State, but I would say I am now an Oyo State DG. After spending 16 years of my career working in Oyo State, I think I'm one. I should be a ballet in Fashola. And I'm happy that I started the first milk collection center in this state. We say it's a country now, Dr. Debo. In this same state that we speak about, and we started in Fashola, Bali village. I collected the first 400 liters for Friesland Campina when I was there. That was 400. And like I said, we moved from one collection center to about 42 before I left. 25 of it is sitting in Oyo State, where I know go, or you should know all that. But then, where am I going? Even the pastoralists are in cooperatives. So, I just want to buttress what they were saying, that if we're going to move forward, what is happening in Fashola, we should replicate in all these geopolitical zones of Oyo State. Because today you find, I give an example again. There's a commercial farm sitting in Fashola today. There is a smallholder farmer sitting in Fashola today. The same dairy, they're in cooperatives. There's a big guy, there's a medium guy, and there's also the pastoralists. 3 groups sitting as co-ops. What are they doing in there? They're assessing the right facility that the government has put in there, power, fantastic road network. I remember in 2011, when I used to leave from Ibadan to Fashola, by the time I get to Oyo, my back. From Fashola, from Oyo to Fashola, I'm saying this because it's a live experience. From Oyo to Fashola, it takes me almost 1 hour because of the bad road. And then from that place to my village, where I will collect milk in Bali village. But today, you drive. Thank you for that fantastic road when I was going there. Some of you that decide not to go there tomorrow, please take a walk there and see the difference. That's the next thing we need to do and duplicate in even more states in the country. But then, the power has been there, the crops are working together, and they will be able to access loans together. They are able to, a lot of people are coming in there. I see the Danish people coming in. I see a lot of people now coming. They will say, it's, who wants to go with a failure? Nobody. But because that model, I see them playing all over everywhere. Oh, Fashola, Fashola. I was even somewhere when somebody was talking about Fashola, 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 and I was like, which of the Fashola are you talking about? Is it Governor Babate Fashola or the Fashola that I know? And the way he was saying it, this was in the US. He was making presentation. And I was looking at the person and saying, so you know Fashola? The way he was saying it boldly, as if he was the one that even started the Fashola. So, if that tells you that when we follow the right model, where you have everybody sitting in that model and become cooperatives, and they can also learn from themselves. This is the value of it. I see farmers firing CEOs. I just mentioned to you, Friesland are, the owners of Friesland are farmers. They can wake up one morning and fire the CEO. These are farmers that do not even go to school. But because they are strong in the model, government supports them. When they need loan to collect, to buy cows, they give them simple interest rate, very easy, because they're in cooperatives. They stand as guarantee and the government guarantees them. So for me, this hub model is one fantastic model we should emulate. I know we cannot do all big, but we could cut it into tiny bits and ensure that it's around everywhere, and also make people understand the cooperative model more. I think that will help us to move to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so interesting conversations, and we've heard a lot on what needs to be put in place to make businesses investment ready here, from the technical aspect to the structural aspect. We've heard about the need for capacity development, improving access to genetics, feed, and all that, getting credits to farmers, setting up a system where government should lead on setting up a system to attract diaspora investment and coming up with business models that can be able to ensure that such investments, such investors get their return on investment. We would take a few questions before we leave the stage. So one, maybe two questions.
Okay. All protocol duly observed. Please, all what we have been saying centers on improving agriculture from the traditional method to modern agriculture, which is highly capital intensive. So please, I want to ask, what will the government, or how will the government support the farmers in terms of funding? Because earlier, we were being referred to the commercial banks, and we all know the bottleneck of obtaining loan through them. Thank you.
Yeah, all protocols duly observed. I am Air Vice Marshal Awoyola, today retired. Mine is not a question, it's a contribution. Because I know in the last moderator asked one question that everybody has been praising Oyo State, they have done this, they have done that. Yes, they did very well. What is remaining? They can't be perfect. I agree with her. But before then, I will join others to really applaud what Oyo State is doing. In fact, it's really fantastic because a lot of things that we are seeing here, we didn't see it in other places. And if others are doing that, even if the federal government is doing it, I think Nigeria will be a better destination for agri-business. So I thank the governor, I thank Dr. Akande for what they have been doing. Now, my contribution is this. You know, we have done very well, we have done a lot of things. I think what is remaining, where the gap is in the fact that we need to determine what do we want to, what is the end state objective of all these things that we are doing. What do we want to achieve? Yes, economic development, but how are we going to achieve it? There's a strategy in place, I can believe that, because that's why we have all these things that is going on. But what about policy? We need to put in, to formulate proper policy that will make all these efforts, or all the value chain of the various crops to flourish so that we can achieve. Then the second thing that we need to do is organization. We need to structure the value chain properly. As it is now, what do you want to do for farmers? Can you get them? Do you know where they are? How do you get it down to them? What about the value addition, the people adding value, the processors? How do we get them? And we need a body that will put everything together so that we can structure properly and whatever we are doing can trickle down. And even our regulations can go down. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, sirs. My name is Thomas Bamifere. I deal in poultry processing, and I'm particularly keen on traceability in poultry production. So when you mention about someone in the US or somewhere trying to do a mobile processing equipment, I think that was for beef or so. So that same idea, we have been trying to look at it, how we can work it out for poultry processing, because we have a lot of smallholder farmers that we deal with, and we feel, okay, if we can take equipment to them, process it on the spot. But if you look at the entire system, it's not as easy as that, because the sensitivity of producing or processing chicken at spot and chilling it back to the town, the timeline is very, very important, because it can get spoiled. So the question is, how can we that have the same ideology or belief system, what's the program that you can do for us to do that in a way that will help us also, because the equipment to do that is not very cheap.
Thank you very much. So,
I don't think.
So the first question is, what can the government do to ensure that farmers access credit? Because the current commercial banks shy away from giving out facilities.
Yes, because of our time, I think that's not a question we can answer here. I think, yeah, but I don't know. All what we've been talking about are some of the efforts the government is putting in place and much more. But we can't really answer that. We also don't work for the government. The governor was there, and many people have been attesting to things that have been going on. And you could also meet the DG, Dr. Debo, thereafter to discuss that. I think that's the way we do. That's what to say on that. On the poultry, I just noticed a gap in what you have said. You want to do a mobile processing center that has no facility for chilling. That won't work. That's a technical gap. What we have just shown that someone is doing has, I mean, there's so many pictures I could not put here, has a chilling facility, so it gets chilled immediately. So the next thing you go into is that it's costly, obviously. If you buy a phone that you cannot browse with it, and you said you bought it for 10 naira, I mean, what else do you expect? So it's costly. Technology is cost. But we've been talking about means to get investment to get into these. Maybe if you get into cooperative, you get into ACOS, you look for so many other, I mean, these are private setup that should be privately financed but supported by the government. Maybe one thing that we need to add to what we said is that as a panel, we are giving a recommendation. Sir, the DG, next year, we're looking for an agribusiness summit for the youth. Just for the youth. Let's bring in those who are in the diaspora. Let the expatriate, let the consular, let everybody sit down. Let's investors sit down. This kind of idea, if you pitch it in that meeting, I'm so sure there are people who would like to invest. So we're looking forward to Youth Agribusiness Summit, International Agribusiness Summit, where youth can talk about their ideas, what is limiting them, and we have a time of pitching. We bring in people who have investment, and they are ready to go through it. We have a panel who is going to scrutinize what you've done, take you through the mentoring, and then I am so sure that following that summit, we will, if we are, I mean, the subsequent year, we're going to have youth coming up stage to tell us, last year I was here, I had my pitch, I had this amount, and this is what I've been doing. I think that's what we could say for now. Thank you.
So, yes, thank you very much. Another round of applause for the panel members before they go back to their various seats. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone, for being part of the Oyo State International Agribusiness Summit for today. I just have a few announcements and an opportunity to redeem myself. Professor Oyo has left, but now I've learned how to say his name correctly. I had to go and eat amala to be able to do that. So tomorrow, we are looking forward to another day, day 2 of the Agribusiness Summit, Oyo State International Agribusiness Summit. And here are a few reminders to guide what is going to happen tomorrow. We are going to have a number of side events between 9:30 and 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. And a lot of the questions that you may have had about the events today will be addressed during those side events. So we have the driving industrial growth through special agro-industrial processing zone happening at the meeting room additional building, AgriServe building right here in IITA. Then we have advancing livestock productivity, resilience in Oyo State, which will hold in the ILRI conference room. I must add that The SAPZ event is being organized by the Oyo State Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone and the African Development Bank. So if you have ideas that are related to what could happen, please attend that side event. I think there are a number of seats, 40, 50 seats available for attendees. And the Advancing Livestock is being organized by the Oyo State Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Program, LPRES, and the World Bank. We also have the Enhancing Agri-Food Value through Cold Chain Innovation and Capacity Building, which is holding in Musa Room. That side event is being organized by the Embassy of Denmark. So you may want to join it too. Then we have the accelerated program on revamping of cocoa value chain in Oyo State, which will be held in Yakinwumi Additional Training Room, Agri-Serve Building. Please take note of the buildings, because when you come in, you won't be coming to this hall. Right from the gate, you request that they direct you to the building where the event is holding, so that you can attend that event. The accelerated program on revamping of cocoa value chain in Oyo State, it's being organized by the Oyo State government. Then we have harnessing the benefits of cashew value chain in Oyo State, being held in the BIP conference room. That is being organized by OYSADA in partnership with NotSlink Limited. If you have the program downloaded, the information is in the program. However, there are a few adjustments, which is why I'm making this announcement. For instance, the side event by the Embassy of Denmark is being held in Musa Room. That is not in the program. Also, harnessing the benefits of cashew value chain in Oyo State is in the BIP conference room, not the Musa Room as is in the program. So note that. And then the final one is the multi-stakeholder consultative workshop on PPP for AI-enabled digital agriculture, which is still holding here, IITA Conference Center, IITA Ibadan, and that is organized by Sasakawa African Association. Right after the side events, which will hold between 9:30 and 10:30 a.m., do not think you can attend two side events. They are holding concurrently. So pick a struggle. Don't take all of them. Pick one side event to attend. They are all going to be held concurrently. So right after the side event, by 11 a.m., all who are interested in going to Fashola for the tour would assemble in front of the conference center, and there'll be vehicle available to take people to Fashola. If you have registered to go to Fashola, you will have a vehicle. If you have not registered, please register before you leave, so that a provision will be made for you to be part of that event. Again, the departure time from here is 11 a.m. Please, again, note your rooms and request location from the gate security. And if you want to be at Fashola tomorrow, do register before you leave this evening. That's all the announcements that we have. I'm going to hand things back to Sheung to give the final word so that we can leave for today. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. And nothing else to say than just to mention that thank you for coming, and we're hoping that you join all those panels tomorrow. I think it's very critical to join those panels, because those are the panels where you have the granulars. Decisions will be made during that panel. And I don't want a situation where we will say we don't know, we are not aware, we are not part, okay? This is always the time to be part of that. I will have asked those that are organizing the events tomorrow to stand up here, but I don't think they are all here.
If you're organizing an event and you are here, can you stand up so that they can, AVM, please, can you stand up? So if you want to join anyone that, one that has to do with cashew, you can meet with AVM, this is a big man, it's an air vice marshal, by the way. He's just seated there like one young person in that place, and the position of a general in the army, seated there. So he will be handling that cashew. He has the largest cashew processing factory that I've seen in Nigeria. I can tell you, yes, and it's based here in Oyo State. So if you want to attend that event, SPC of SAPZ. So if you are hearing Ejaye, Erua, Fashola, everything that has to do with that tomorrow, your investors that you say you want to be part of that place and you have not, it's an opportunity to have that discussion with them. Mr. Jetumobi is standing up there and he can guide you as to where that will be. I'm not so sure where if the others are here. And the Cocoa, Dr. Rajana was here. Dr. Debola, I don't think he's here. Dr. Debola will be the one anchoring that. I think what can also happen tomorrow, if you don't know the location, because IITA can be tricky, is that I will speak with the organizers that they should ensure that they have somebody stationed there for each event by 9:30 tomorrow morning. So if you come here by 9:30 tomorrow morning, they can direct you to where different events are. Dr. Amole, is Dr. Amole gone? Dr. Amole is here. So if you are talking about it's not the one organizing it, but we are using his facility. As the country director of AILRI, is the one organizing, hosting us for the livestock L-Press project tomorrow. And then the Danish cold chain one is also happening tomorrow as well. Again, I've seen people saying, what are they even doing at that fashion? It's an opportunity for you to go and see, okay? To see what we've been talking about, whether it's theory or we have truly practiced it. So if you have the time tomorrow, I will encourage us to go there. We will have lunch there tomorrow, and Excellency is going to host all of us there for lunch. So if you want to say you've had lunch with the governor, well, you have a chance to be there tomorrow. Thank you so much and God bless. Thank you.